From a land down under comes a burning flame, like a crack of thunder when you hear his name. So contrary, borderline insane, you can't look away. This is how we say, happy birthday to the bad metal man, to the bad metal man. Heavy metal coursing through his veins, but he won't settle for the same old same. You try to sway him, but it's all in vain. He will never change. So this is how we say, happy birthday to the bad metal man. Hey, hey, hey. The bad metal man. Hey, hey, hey. 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 Hey, hey, hey.
You want to know what's in here, don't you? I've already opened it. But before we talk about that, I just want to show this real quick. Kiss and Philosophy. This was a book given to me for my birthday by my sister. And this is a very special gift because there's an article written in here. Let's find it real quick. Chapter 11, The Star Child, Excess, I Love It, by Robert S. Vukovich. You see that? Robert S. Vukovich. He's one of our viewers here on the show. You've heard me talk about a guy named Rob before, or talk to a guy named Rob before in the comments, and his name comes up in Russian. And that's typical of my buddy Rob's sense of humor. But yeah, I got Kiss and Philosophy, Wiser Than Hell, for my birthday from my sister. And I went to high school with Rob, although we didn't actually meet in high school. We met in university. But in high school, he did a Whitesnake air band when I was in grade 10. He would have been in grade 13. And he did a Whitesnake band. They did air band. They did Slow and Easy, which was a ballsy move because that was 1987. And nobody knew Slow and Easy in our high school in 1987. So he played that song, and they got disqualified because he was using the microphone stand in kind of like a suggestive manner, just like David Coverdale actually does. It was really good, actually. He was excellent. But as soon as he started doing this with the microphone stand, it was all over. And all he was doing was an accurate David Coverdale, that's hilarious. But anyway, let us get to this unboxing. Now, I pretend Deke is here with me, okay? Pretend Deke is here with me. Story first, before we unbox this. Back in May, we had Mr. Andy Curran from Coney Hatch on the show, and it just so happened that Saturday was Record Store Day. And Looks like you got that move down pat. And there was one big release that day in particular that Deke and I both wanted. And I tried ordering it from Encore Records while we were talking to Andy. You know, I'm like, please don't mind me. I'm Record Store Day. I'm trying to, and Andy's involved with this, which made it relevant to the interview. I sadly informed Andy and Deke that Encore Records were sold out, and copies were already going on the secondhand market for twice their value, the original retail value. And Andy said to us, something special is planned. Don't pay that price. And he was true to his word. Andy Curran was true to his word. Because about a week and a half ago, I got a comment on my site on the Andy Curran interview with a link to Rock Paper merch for this. The limited edition 1,200 copy 40th anniversary Triumph. Hey, Deke's here. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend Deke's here. Deke's here. So I ordered it as soon as that dude left the comment. I ordered this. And Deke ordered it, or Deke's daughter ordered it for him as a birthday gift, I believe, the next day or 2 days later. So we both finally have this, and look at that. A Rick Emmett guitar pick taped to the front. So I'm going to open this now. Deke has already opened his, and obviously I want to preserve this guitar pick. So this guitar pick will be, and I'm also going to keep this sticker. Record Store Day Canada 2021 Triumph for the Ambassadors. So I'm definitely going to keep that sticker. And Deke is confirming that he got it for his birthday. And Chris Sarr is fucking right. Andy rocks. Andy is the man. Get ready, Mikey. Okay, so I'm going to I'll stick this to my blind. I'll take a swig. Oh yeah. Now one of our guests tonight, Lana, was asking me about ordering stuff from band websites and whatnot. And a lot of the bands that Deke and I have purchased from in the recent past have sold their stuff through Rock Paper merch. And I cannot recommend Rock Paper merch any better than I'm going to praise them, okay? Rock Paper merch. I believe they did the Coney Hatch vinyl, I think. Anyway, I'm going to preserve this outer wrapping. There we go. Oh, static. Beautiful, beautiful box. And this is all vinyl inside, no CD. So off comes the lid. And out pops a backstage pass. 97 Rock. Access all areas. Oh, it appears to be it's a sticker. It's got a sticker backing. And then we have this, which Deke tells me is a Canadian exclusive. This only comes in if you bought the box set in Canada. It's a poster for, obviously, New Year's Eve 81, Triumph at Maple Leaf Gardens. Oh my God, Rick Emmett's wearing a Habs shirt. And that's going to be relevant to tonight's list. I'm not joking. That is relevant to tonight's list. But Rick Emmett is wearing a Habs shirt. Look at that. And I know Mike Levine was frequently seen wearing a Flames jersey. No coasters included. Very cool. Okay, so there's the poster out of the way. I believe this is... Oh, no, it's another poster. I'm not even going to attempt to show you this in full, but you get the gist. And there's Uncle Ricky. Uncle Ricky right there. I would never even dream of displaying that poster. Okay, making sure everything is safe. Then we have a tour book replication. Show you some of the... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, oh yeah. I feel like weeping. This is so beautiful. Oh, so this is basically a replication of the original 1981 Allied Forces tour book. There's that Habs jersey, or Habs shirt again. Okay, so on to the vinyl. No, it's a booklet. Okay, we got, wow, there's stuff. Oh my God, this has got stuff in it. Okay, so there's a postcard, it appears to be. A series of postcards. See if we can get a focus on that. Not very good focus, but it's a DJ, and he's saying, well, fans, that's what I call a very heavy record. And he works at K-Rap. Statue of Liberty holding the Triumph logo. A little presumptuous, perhaps? Nah, it's just right. High road, low road. Let's make a deal. Roadmaps for Lost Souls. And we have copies of the handwritten lyrics. Wow. 3 of these. They are for Magic Power, Fight the Good Fight, and Allied Forces itself. This is a rather large book here. It's I don't want to wreck it, but so this is your liner notes and whatnot. Interview with all 3 members, it looks like. Track by track discussion. Huh. And then we have the 7-inch single. This is the real exclusive as far as I'm concerned. This is the real exclusive. Triumph Allied Forces. Now, on the back, it looks like Triumph have gotten together and recorded a new song, a new version of Allied Forces. That's what that looks like to me. Deke, maybe you can confirm. Lana's watching right now. Triumph does have a cool band logo, and she likes the replicated tour book. We'll be bringing on Lana soon. I just got to get this out of the way. This is all very cool. Yes. Deke, have you listened to this? Can you confirm that is a brand new version of Allied Forces? That's certainly implied. And the other track is Magic Power live in Ottawa, Ontario, 1982, previously unreleased. So obviously both of these tracks are exclusives. As far as I'm concerned, this is the real value, the real true value of this box set is that single. And Deke has not cracked it open yet. But let's tell everyone it is. I believe it must be, Deke. Why would it say Allied Forces 2021 if this was not a brand new recorded version? Righty. Then we have the picture disc vinyl. And should I crack that open and take a look at the other side? Yes, I should. And there's even more after this, you know. But let's take at least a look at the other side of this picture disc so we can see both images. And this is in a nice plastic slipcase. Look at that. B-17 bomber. Beauty. Oh, that's wicked. That is wicked. Oh my God, is that ever wicked? Oh, I cannot wait to play this tomorrow. And finally, this is also something of an exclusive, although Deke pointed out that this concert has been previously released as the King Biscuit Flower Hour on CD back in the late 90s. This Live in Cleveland is a double LP featuring the tracks Intro, Tear the Roof Off, American Girls, Lay It on the Line, Allied Forces, Fight the Good Fight, Blinding Light Show, and Moonchild. Brilliant tracks. Rock and Roll Machine, I Live for the Weekend, Nature's Child, Drum Solo, Instrumental, Rocky Mountain Way, and Hot Time in the City Tonight. So I know that this concert, according to Deke anyway, was previously released as the King Biscuit Flower Hour, but I fully would expect this to be remixed and remastered compared to the version they released on CD, simply because that's basically standard procedure. Anything that was issued sort of in the 90s isn't really hallowed ground insofar as like a live album's mix. It's not like you're remixing Kiss Alive. So stuff like this is frequently remixed. Rush did it with that one bonus disc that came with different stages, which I believe was reissued in full on the Farewell to Kings album box set, but with a fresh mix. It's typical. Anyway, that was fucking epic. In the words of Bubbles, decent. So tonight we are doing the top animated movies, Nigel Tufnel Top 10. I have a cast of characters that will be joining me this evening. And I also have a list by our beloved Uncle Meat, who it's ironic that he's not here tonight because he was really kind of behind. He was pushing for this as this week's theme. So it's kind of bizarre that he bailed. I'm sure he's watching, or he will be watching at 7, but Meat bailed. And Jeff couldn't make it tonight, so we have no graphs. However, I will beg and plead with my awesome panel for one of them to be the official note taker tonight. So hopefully one of them grabs a pen and a paper and is ready to take some notes. I am going to run the LeBrain Train theme song, and then we're going to bring on the panel. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? That was kind of like my live album thing. Are you ready to rock? Well, then let's fucking rock.
Ticket to anywhere and a glazed donut to go. All aboard.
Hey guys!
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello! In order here, we have Mr. Robert Daniels from Visions in Sound, and he's got his own show tonight that is also, if you're interested in this show, you'll be interested in that show. We have Mr. Kevin from Buried on Mars, who is hot off the heels of a show he just finished.
I know.
Wearing the same shirt that he received compliments on.
Well, you know, it works so well for that show. Why not carry it over on this show?
Absolutely, man. And then we have Mr. Eric Woods from Cinematic Sound Radio, our newest panel member.
Hello.
Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you very much.
And we have Lana from Lana Music Forever, all the way from the island of Hawaii. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent, thank you. And also from an island nation of its own, the Australian, the Mad Metal Man, Mr. Harrison Kopp.
Evening all.
I salute you, sir.
Lana, afternoon.
I clarified earlier in the evening that it is not your birthday because I ran the happy birthday song because I decided, by the way, without consulting you, that I'm going to play that song all year round. And Rob's cat is often the star of the show. So we have the top animated films tonight, which is a suggestion of this guy that the Meat Man ran with. Who's not here?
Really. I just rattled off a long list of ideas that just happened to coincide with a couple that you mentioned shortly after.
Well, I will tell you that although I am very excited about tonight's show, that my list is pretty weak. I realized that I have not seen a lot of animated movies, and there's a lot of animated movies that I haven't seen in a long time. However, I do have a list. I have a list from Meat, which I will read in sequence with mine. And I'm very excited because I know some tidbits of what Eric's got cooking. And anyway, are you guys ready to start?
Absolutely.
Any last words?
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Those are good last words. Let's do it.
Nigel Tufnel. The top 10. Nigel Tufnel. The top 10. Nigel Tufnel. Oh, these ones go up to 11. Nigel Tufnel. The top 10. Nigel Tufnel.
The Meat Man has a valid point there. But I'm not a gentleman, so I'm going to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, since Meat typed that up, since I saw Meat's comment, thank you, Meat, for letting me be on the show, but it would have been cool if you were on the show as well, because I kind of feel bad that he decided to bail out.
Yeah, he bails out all the time. Don't feel bad.
He actually bailed before you were confirmed to come on.
Yeah, he bailed first and specifically said, ask Lana. And actually, Harrison said, ask Lana. And I said, I can't because I have 6 and I don't want to go over 6. And then Meat dropped out. So you were obviously going to be next. I know you love animated stuff.
Well, thank you.
I mean, it's hard to tell by, what's behind you. But I was going to say I'm not a gentleman, so ladies are not going to go first. I'm going to go first. So
that's fine.
That's fine.
I didn't want to go first anyways.
Do we have an official note taker this evening? No, nope. Nobody. All right. Well, screw it. We're not taking notes tonight.
I am currently catapon, so
yeah, you are. Yeah, you're obviously.
I could if you want. I do have paper and pens, so if you want me to jot down stuff, I could do that.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen the way Aaron usually takes notes, but it's usually like one word, and that's fine.
Okay. So you just want me to note who picked what and where?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like
right.
What Aaron does is he usually puts all 6 names across at the top and just counts them down 11, 10, 9.
All right.
And then he just sends me a photo of the list afterwards and I post it.
Okay.
It's that simple.
All right.
All right, let's freaking do this. My number 11 is a piece of crap called Stewie Griffin, The Untold Story.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You're right. Your list is pretty crap.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel, and I won't elaborate too much.
I've never even heard that film.
Well, it was a like direct to DVD Family Guy, and it was split up into 3 episodes when they aired it on TV. And
this is a good episode, though. It's really good. It's got
time
very
travel,
funny.
And
yes,
it really kind of advanced the Stewie character. But I incidentally, I just kind of made a rule for myself to include things that are kind of classified as a film, whether it's straight to DVD or a short that was shown in theaters or whatever. But I no TV shows on my list, no TV shows. So no G.I. Joe series, no My Little Pony. I mean, I know they made movies of those things, but that's just, anyway, my personal rules. Uncle Meat's number 11 pick is a movie I've never heard of. You guys probably have. Monster House.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I've heard of that film, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Okay, describe it to me in 1 sentence.
Oh, I haven't seen it in 20 years. I remember
Lana,
it being good.
could you describe it to me in one sentence?
Yeah.
I can't. Well, I haven't. I've heard of it. I just never seen it. It's
A
about
couple of kids battle a haunted house. How's
Yeah.
about that?
I knew it was
Sounds
something
good.
about a haunted house. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, there you
It's
go.
fun.
Meat has a kid, so there's stuff on his list that I've never seen. Over to you, a far more expert. on
I wouldn't I put it that far, but okay. Actually, first of all, I would like to acknowledge the comments of one Marco
Doria. Yeah,
Doria.
he's from the Contrarians. He works
Right.
with Martin Popoff.
Okay, so just so he knows, American Pop was on a short list. So he says American Pop better be on someone's list. It was, but it's much higher than the 52 films I ended up having to choose from.
Whoa.
Okay.
52.
So just 52. I went through and I just started listing names of films, and all of a sudden my list became 52, and I went, oh my goodness, how am I going to pare this down to 11? I did somehow.
You're a madman. You don't even get paid to do this.
I
It's
know, but it
interesting.
was
You had that problem. Your problem was the opposite of mine. My problem was that I couldn't think of enough movies. You came up with too much.
well, I could have sent you some of mine.
I ended up thieving one title from Meat, but we'll get there.
All right. So my number 11.
Yes.
I've mentioned it before, and I even reviewed it on your site, Mike.
I know what it is.
This is the film Rock and Rule. Is my number 11. It is a best way to put it is kind of like The Devil and Daniel Mouse, set in the future. So this is a really good film. It features music from Deborah Harry, Iggy Pop, Lou Reed, and Cheap Trick, and it is bat crap crazy, and I love it. And it was actually the first time I'd ever heard an animated character say shit.
Oh,
or Bumblebee.
That was mind blower for me. So yeah, my number 11, Rock and Roll.
I knew it would be on your list because I know you love it, but I didn't expect it to only be number 11. So I'm intrigued by what's to come.
Rob Daniels, I love how you censored yourself by saying bat crap, and then in the next sentence you said shit. That was very interesting.
Well, you know what? It's all about moderation.
Yeah, I guess so.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. Well, like you, Mike, and like you, Lana. Oh, actually, yeah, I was going to bow out too because I'm not a big animation guy, but I wanted to talk to Lana because I haven't done an episode with her yet. So that's why I'm here.
Oh, gee, thanks.
I really had to struggle to think of because I don't have kids either, so I don't really watch that many animated films. But I did scrap together a top 11. So my number 11 is a movie that I saw once in the theater in the 80s, and I haven't seen it since, but I remember liking it when I was a kid. And I was just talking to my buddy Richard about it, and he said he watched it recently and it still holds up. He says it's still good. So just going based on that, my number 11 is Disney's The Great Mouse Detective.
Oh,
oh.
nice.
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I couldn't tell you what the movie's about. I don't remember that much. I remember the mouse was a detective and they had a dog named Toby, and that's it. That's all I can tell you.
And Vincent Price chews the scenery in every scene he's in. He was he was the voice of the villain Ratigan.
Okay.
And he, like I said, just chews the scenery in every scene he's in. Absolutely wonderful. Almost as much as when almost as much as Tim Curry chews the scenery whenever he does a voice. Vincent Price was awesome. And yes, The Great Mouse Detective, great choice.
Okay, great.
It was on my list, but much further down.
Right. Well, I'm not big on musicals too. Like they're just not my thing. And a lot of animated films are musicals. And I hear there's only one song in it, and it's sung by Vincent Price. So sure, that's why I threw it on there. And that's, I think, spoiler alert, it's my only Disney film that's on my list.
Okay.
I think.
Cool. I like that. All righty. Mr. Woods, how would you like to go next?
Yeah, like Rob, I had a huge list, and but my top 10 was actually really easy to narrow down. It was just picking that number 11, and it kills me that I'm gonna have no Don Bluth movies on the list,
Oh.
even though I would pick Secret of Nim if I had to. I'm skipping over like Rescuers Down Under, part of the Disney Renaissance, and I think that's one of their best films. But I juggled between these two movies, and I picked one over the other because it's obviously the better movie. So I had Steamboy for the longest time, and if you have never seen it, it features one of the best action sequences I have ever seen. It has to deal with like a steam motored unicycle and in a train. It's crazy. The animation's incredible. But I went with Ghost in the Shell instead.
Oh.
Which just knocked me on my ass when I first saw it. And I like anime. I don't think I have any more anime on the list, but I love that style of animation. That hyperkinetic, realistic, beautifully painted. The matte paintings in anime films are unbelievable. But just the fact that they're able to invoke that sense of realism into animation is absolutely incredible. The fluid animation is amazing, and there's some just legendary scenes in that movie, including the first fight that you see in the chase. It's just amazing. So I'm going with Ghost in the Shell. However, I'm going to give one more, and if it was just by itself and it didn't have the movie with it, I mean, the movie's okay. It's a lot of fun. I remember seeing it back in '87 when I saw it on a Saturday afternoon. I had no idea it existed, and I watched it and I was like, Duke dies? So it's G.I. Joe the movie, and if you've ever seen the opening sequence, it is one of the greatest opening sequences of all time. I'm getting chills thinking about it. Oh,
Yeah.
The song is great. The animation is incredible. It's a big American patriotic rah-rah sequence, which usually I will throw up over. But when Duke picks up the flag and he jettisons up to the Statue of Liberty, he nails it down. Everybody's singing Yo Joe. There's fireworks all over the place. It is insane. So if that was just its own short movie, that would be my number 11.
I concur. And I loathe G.I. Joe the movie for several reasons that we won't get into. But I have decided that I'm going, once per round, I'm also going to name one major animated movie that I've never seen. Because there's so far, 1, 2, 3 in a row. Lana, what's your number 11?
So first of all, hi Eric, hi Kevin. I've never been on the show with you guys, so it's nice seeing you guys.
Nice to see
By the
you.
way, great show last week, Eric. I loved your comments.
Thank you.
I've received lots of pro Eric comments since then.
Second of all, when Kevin said The Mouse Great Detective, I was trying to look all of the characters up in this book because it has all the Disney characters, so I was trying to look up all the names.
That's cool.
And so I was trying to check if there was an actual dog named Toby, and he was right. So there's that.
We have a fact checker here.
But I don't know any of the characters, so I'm not the best person to make any comments about the Great Mouse Detective. I can't even remember the name, so moving on. My number 11 is The Lion King.
Ah! It's another one I haven't seen.
Really? You've never seen The Lion King?
I've seen parts of it.
Wow.
So, okay, so I want to know, we're not allowed to give spoilers, right?
Oh, go ahead. I'm going to be giving them.
I do spoilers all the time, but I don't want to do it too much, but I will say
no offense to anyone out there, but if you haven't seen The Lion King yet, like myself, then you deserve spoilers. So have at it.
Okay, so it's a great movie. The only reason why it's number 11 because it's so hyped up. Like, this is the movie everyone talks about when they think of Disney. So I didn't want it to be the obvious number 1 pick because I personally like other Disney films better than this one. But I will say part of the reason why I don't watch this film is because that scene where Scar kills Mufasa, it just makes me so upset. I'm like, you fucking jerk. Like,
But it's a
That's
great
wonderful.
one-liner, isn't it? Long live the king.
I almost said you fucking D, but I didn't want to go there.
Let it rip.
I love
it
you
rip.
already. I've never met you, and I love you already.
Let it rip. Let all the comments loose.
So, but yeah, the songs are catchy. What's that song called? Hakuna Matata is one of the best songs, one of the best
I know
Disney
that
songs ever written. So there's that. That's all I have to say about it. Moving on.
I know that one. Okay, Harrison, it's not your birthday, but I'm going to be playing that song all year round. I've decided. But happy non-birthday.
Thank you. Every day should be happy, ideally.
Well, you know what? It should be. You're right. I hope the people have a happy time tonight. And as far as I'm concerned, every day is Harrison's birthday because I'm going to play that song as often as I want. But, sir, this was your theme, so I'm expecting a kick-ass list from you tonight. What do you got for me? Good. What, and did you get my message earlier? Because I changed one of
I saw it, but I was pretty much. There was only one entry that the previous stipulation affected, so it's not really doing too much.
Okay, so we're not going to spoil what that was because it will give something away. But go ahead with your number 11.
Anyway, so my list wasn't too difficult. I got to about like 9 or 10, and then I was suddenly trying to think, what other animated movies have I seen? But I remembered a couple good ones. But it's a very personal list with no accounting for preconceived tastes. So my usual then. That being said, it starts off pretty stock standard with number 11 being Cars. I like Cars the noun. I like Cars the film. And the race scenes are fun to watch. The rest of the movie is interesting enough, and I just can't get enough of the blue Plymouth Superbird.
I've seen that one in the theaters. Thank you.
Have you seen Cars 2, though?
No,
I have.
I heard Cars 2 was bad. I heard
like
Cars
it.
2 was bad, so I never bothered to see it. I saw the third one, and it really pissed me off because I promise I won't be negative all night, but it really irritated me because Lightning McQueen, he was red, and he basically is blue, but in the movie it was like, why would you change your colors, especially since there are rides at Disneyland based off of you, and you're red in those rides,
Nice.
so like, why would you change your colors?
Sell more toys. You got to buy the red one and the blue one.
you know
That's
what?
true.
He's right.
That's how Disney works.
But you know what? Lana has a point, though. I mean, like if you look at a lot of other classic cartoons, like the Transformers, whenever they reissued Optimus Prime, he was generally red and blue. And even when they did the cinematic one, he still had some red in with the blue. So, color is important. Like Bumblebee's always basically been yellow and black and that sort of thing. And that's why I get where Lana's coming from that.
And just like his trademark and his brand was like red, Lightning
Right.
McQueen. When you think of Lightning McQueen, you think of red with the 95 on it. So like, it doesn't make sense for them to change that.
Oh, God.
On the topic of Blue McQueen, back when I was a kid, like back in the mid-2000s, they already did the Blue Lightning McQueen repaint. I had both the red and the blue.
See,
back
the
then.
marketing worked. Worked. All right. Well, that's a good round. And for my round 11 that I've never seen, The Lion King. And for my round 10 that I've never seen, Ghost in the Shell. But my round 10 movie is actually one that I think is actually pretty good. And even though it's basically just an extended episode, it's called The Simpsons Movie. And I saw it in the theaters with Jen and her best friend, Lara. And we had a great time. I didn't find the movie particularly memorable, but I found it thoroughly enjoyable, especially the scene where Green Day go down with the ship, just like the band on the Titanic. I loved that. So yeah, Simpsons Movie is my number 10, and I will read Meat's number 10, which is one I've never seen. It's called A Scanner Darkly.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I've heard of
wow.
that.
Can someone give me like a 1-sentence description of that one?
Wow. Philip K. Dick, rotoscoped animation, Keanu Reeves. It's interesting.
Oh,
It's yeah, very, very, very unique.
Downey
Okay.
Jr.'s in it too, right? Robert Downey Jr.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm learning a lot about things that I need to see. Okay, Rob, over to you.
My number 10 is a film that of all the films on here, I wanted to make sure that I saw them all, at least in the theater once. There's only one on my list that I did not see in the theater. Two on this list that I didn't see in the theater. But my number 10 is I feel is I like the detail in this movie. And if you are a fan of, well, I'm going to give it the Lego Movie.
Oh yeah.
I love the detail in this movie, and right down to, if you look very closely, fingerprints on the actual pieces themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does
And
that
I
not
think
imply like a another being that's
perhaps
in this universe?
perhaps
You're
I
blowing
also-
my mind.
I love the story. I love the animation, and yeah. So my number 10, the Lego Movie.
Can you elaborate on something for me?
Yes, what would you
I've
like?
seen the Lego Simpsons episode. Is that the same style?
Very close. Yes.
Okay.
So you haven't seen this one too?
Oh, dude.
I haven't.
Let's see.
Remedy
That's a
that.
good one.
It's
I would-
fantastic.
You know what, Eric, in all honesty, it's the kind of thing that I probably would like to see.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
I
a
just-
it's
yeah.
And it has
It's
good Will
very
Ferrell
unique.
in it.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
yes.
There's two Will Ferrells. There's good and bad. The good one shows up for that
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of the bad, just out of curiosity?
one. That stupid NASCAR racing.
Oh no!
That
okay,
thing's awful.
We
The
can't
Legend
do
of
that.
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, Ricky Bobby, whatever the heck that
If
is.
you ain't first, you're last.
It's terrible, that movie. Anything he does with that other guy. That
Old
John
school.
C. Riley.
yeah. Anything with that. Anything where Will Ferrell is the lead is
Elf.
awful.
Wow.
Except
Step
Step
for
Brothers
You
is
cannot be
incredible.
friends.
no, it's not.
Which
Uh,
one?
Step
Eric?
except
Brothers
for-
is hilarious.
Except for Anchorman, which was okay, and that Stranger Than Fiction movie. That was a good one. There you
Wait, you didn't like what? You don't like Blaze of Glory either? He was in that one.
No, I didn't even see that.
Oh,
I wouldn't even cross the street to watch that one.
then again, I
Blaze of
haven't seen that
Killers.
movie in a while, but he was funny in that one, in my opinion.
Maybe he is. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Yeah. Anyways, good Will Ferrell though. In
Is
Lego.
this right? The Lady Killers was animated? Because I know Tom Hanks did that really that neat remake with the Coen brothers.
No, Lady Killers is I mean, the one I saw was with Alec Guinness
Yeah, that's the
and
one that
Peter
I know.
Sellers. It's not
I
animated.
disagree, but I'm going to lose friends tonight. Kevin, since we're no longer on speaking terms, no, we're fine. But,
Like, it's just my dumb opinion. Who
you know,
cares?
it's amazing. I just want to point something out. Like I love each of you in your own way because you're all wonderful human beings. Even Kevin, even though I seem to disagree with Kevin more frequently on the things that we love together, like music and movies and TV shows, things that we both are passionate about. Yet we disagree more than anybody else.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, look, you like what you like. I like what I like.
I feel a kinship with you, yet it's like you don't like Talladega Nights, so it's like I'm stroking
No.
things off my list of things that I could do with Kevin, like sit down and watch Talladega Nights.
I mean,
I
you
can't
could,
do that with you.
we can, but I will complain
It
a
would be
lot.
no fun.
No, it would not be.
Anyway, it's your turn, so you go ahead.
My number 10 is Zootopia.
Oh,
I thought that was a good one.
I've heard of it.
I couldn't tell you too much about it. I can't remember.
I can.
Yeah. Well, who was the female lead in that who played the rabbit?
I don't
Hops.
know who played the rabbit though.
Yeah, but who was the actress? She was really good in it. Like
Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
There's a race.
What's her name?
Jennifer
Zelda
Goodwin.
was in that.
Jennifer Goodwin. Okay.
Oh.
Well, anyways, it was good. She was really good in it, and yeah, it's a good movie. That's all I got to say. Go ahead, Lana. What can you say about it?
Hey, Eric.
Oh, so
Um,
just briefly, Zootopia is about a bunny named Judy Hopps who dreams about becoming a cop. So she moves to Zootopia, I believe, where she's a her boss doesn't really take her seriously, but then she decides to take on this case to look for Mr. Otterton, I believe that's his name.
Yep.
Then she discovers there's someone turning predators into savages, I believe.
Right.
And,
okay. Yeah. Now it's coming
yeah.
back. Yeah.
And I feel like it's a good message, but it's for it's told in animals because it's saying predators and prey can't be associated with one another, kind of like people of different races can be associated with one another. So I feel like it did a good job of taking on a really big, controversial topic and putting it in a way that kids can understand.
Right, because she was a rabbit and her partner was the fox, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good pick. Very good.
There's a lot of animation out there that's allegorical as you're describing, and I'm hoping we're going to see some of that in tonight's list. Well, let's see what Eric has for his number 10.
My number 10 is probably too low for Rob's liking, but it is Batman: Mask of the Phantasm. And I hope he has it on his list because he talks about it all the time. But I only saw it maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Okay. And I don't know why I skipped on it because I loved Batman, the animated series. Loved the first 2 Batmans that came out with Michael Keaton. So this one I think the name of the film turned me off. But once you get into the movie, it's a well-written screenplay. There's a side love interest story with Bruce Wayne, which is actually really, really interesting. And of course, you got the Phantasm. He's going around and murdering Gotham's crime bosses. And the animation is, it's a little, how do I put it? A little jerky. They had better animation in some episodes of the animated series, and I was hoping they would use those animators, like with the Clayface episode. Yeah. That animation is incredible. Again, more sort of in that fluid anime style. Besides that, though, the Art Deco matte paintings are fantastic. The look, the atmosphere is just great. And Shirley Walker wrote one of the best Batman scores out there. So this one was unfortunately like a bomb at the box office. Nobody saw it, but it is one of the best Batman movies ever made.
I love your passion. You brought something back to my memory, and like I'm not really a superhero cartoon kind of guy, and I'm not really a DC kind of guy, but I grew up on Super Friends, and I just had a mental image in my mind of the narrator from Super Friends. Things like Solomon Grundy has entered the Hall of Doom. I love that guy.
That was a great voice.
Best.
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Yes, that guy. Yes. Sarka is coming in with Ghost in the Shell 1995. That 4-minute sequence where the camera takes you through the city is pretty visionary. Paired with that music, it's pretty perfect.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, she loved that movie.
And that was Eric that picked that in the first round, I believe.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, Lana, go ahead with your number 10.
So my number 10 is Tangled.
Okay, I've heard of this.
Yeah,
excellent.
So I think it's really great that they decided to put a twist on this Rapunzel story, and I just really the music in this film is really great. I've Got a Dream, I See the Lights, and even the song in the intro where she's like singing about when will her life begin. So yeah, I just think it's a really great film. And I love Winona Ryder's character development. Oh, Winona Ryder's this guy.
Okay.
Excuse me.
We're having some Wi-Fi issues on Lana's end.
He likes. Also, you see them as like that, but he starts about he doesn't go by his real name, Eugene, and he starts to bond with Rapunzel, and it's a great story, great plot and great love story. So yeah.
Hey, Lana, I hate to tell you this, but your Wi-Fi cut out for most of what you said, so we didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll just sum it up. Okay.
I'm really sorry.
We know you like the songs. We know you like the movie.
Yeah, we heard everything up to the song.
And it's I actually really
Okay.
do like it. I think it's better than Frozen, the Frozen movies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like here's the thing. I haven't seen this movie in a while, but I remember liking it, and I'm just so sick of Frozen. And to be honest, I kind of like searched up all these videos that did like movie reactions on Tangled, and I kept on seeing Tangled is better than Frozen. Tangled is a really good Disney film. So I kind of did my picks based off of that because there was no way I was gonna watch a lot of films in a short amount of time. And since I did remember liking this film, I decided to go with it. And again, I love the twist on Rapunzel and Wind Rider's character development. The songs are awesome. And it was a great love story. So yeah, there we go.
You know what's interesting about that movie, though? There really isn't a prototypical bad guy in it. The mother isn't the best mother in the world, and she could be sort of the bad guy, but there's no one like overly evil in it. That's what's so unique about it. And I also really, really like the songs. Like Mother Knows Best is a fantastic song. None of them are
really
grating.
good.
None of them are grading at all. The animation style is fantastic. Voice cast is great. I think it's a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Nice.
And even the scene where an ending where Rapunzel is reunited with her family, like they weren't really talking. You could just look at the emotion of their faces, that they're so happy to have their daughter back. Like they didn't even need to say any dialogue. Like that's how powerful that scene was.
That's difficult to achieve with animation, so that's pretty cool. Nice pick, Lana. Mr. Harrison Kopp, are you ready to go?
Yes, just first, I'm going to sadly say that I had the dubious honor of having to watch Frozen in theaters when it came out. It was a school excursion, a reward activity at the end of the term. And that was the same. Catching Fire was in cinemas at the same time.
Ah, the Hunger Games.
Yeah, but no, we went to the animated Disney princess movie.
I'll remember this and use it against you at another time.
Yeah, the things you do for children.
Yeah,
I think Frozen 2 is better, if that helps. I think the songs are better at least.
I have not seen that, and I don't plan to.
I don't think they're bad movies. I don't get that. I mean, and they're okay songs, but I just don't get the hype. I think Tangled is the better one. Yeah. Anyway,
I think part of the reason why it's such an annoying movie is because it was so overhyped and people talked about it so much.
Yeah.
We're
just ignoring you.
Give us an actual movie that you actually enjoyed.
Yeah, anyway, I feel this series has done a bit of a disservice by its title and the fact that it's got Jack Black in it. Not that he's bad, just that his voice comes with his name has its connotations. But yeah, I'm going for Kung Fu Panda 2.
Ooh.
I'm a bit of a sequels guy, and I do like the darker tone of this one. And the villain was great. He's this genocidal peacock voiced by Gary Oldman. And Gary Oldman does a great job. One of my favorite scenes is he rolls into this city. He walks into this city with this big box behind him that his servants are dragging, and he goes and challenges like the three masters, and they say, "Oh, what's in the box?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a gift. It's your parting gift, as in it will part you. Part of you there, and part of you way over there, staining the wall."
Ooh.
I can picture him saying that.
And it turns out to be a big cannon that he fires at this guy point blank.
Of course.
And the movies have pretty good lessons. There's nice nuggets of wisdom. They can be a little goofy at times, but overall I think they're good. And I think the second one is the better of the three.
Nice. And you like your sequels, so there you go.
They had no business being as good as they were. They really didn't. I didn't see that coming at all. And I even laughed when Jack Black or Poe said skadoosh at the end of the first one. I died laughing. I couldn't believe they got away with that. But yeah, they shouldn't have been as good. But they're fantastic.
there's some good ones right there, and we've seen already Scanner Darkly coming up.
I almost thought of a Wallace and Gromit one for my list.
Sorry?
I almost put a Wallace and Gromit one on my list.
Yeah.
Me too. All right, my number 9 is an animated film. By the way,
I hope so.
It is an animated. Yes, I stuck to the rules. There we go. But it's not necessarily great animation. In fact, it's intentionally crude. But I think the movie is Eric knows where I'm going. I think the movie is more known for its music and a little tune called "Blame Canada." So I went with South Park, bigger, longer, uncut. And I think that was the first time. Is that the first time that we knew that the one guy's little brothers and sisters were Canadian? I think
so.
But you know,
I don't know. I don't know. Did we see Terrence and Phillip in?
They were in the series, yeah.
Because then you would have to make the connection based on their heads,
the
right?
animation. I don't think they established though before that movie that style of animation.
That all Canadians have
Canadian.
eggheads.
Right.
That did not come in until the movie came in. Because I remember watching it with my sister, going, "Why are all the Canadians? Why are we all eggheaded?" And she's like, "I don't know." So I have a feeling that was the first that we saw of it. But just as good as "Blame Canada" is another song that I won't mention because you all know what I'm talking about.
It's a great tap dance sequence.
Jen's laughing. Hey,
I've got a neat little side story about the Blame Canada.
What's your side story?
Robin Williams sang it
at the Oscar Awards. That's right.
It made my mother laugh her ass off when he said the line, "And
fuck that bitch Anne Murray too." Eric Litwiller's saying I need to be louder.
Holland didn't get around to making a full list, but he did name drop that movie.
Yes, he did. And Eric Litwiller's number 9 is basically with his list, he kept it to the bare necessities.
Ooh.
So he picked The Jungle Book, 67.
Nice.
Which I didn't realize was that old. It is.
Never seen it.
You've never seen it? That's one of the few I have seen.
There's many Disney films I have not seen because they were always locked in the vault or whatever. My parents would never pay to get into the vault. So
that's true.
Very sparse. Like there's so many. Like I just watched Snow White for the first time earlier this year. I'd never seen it before. But all those classic ones, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, I haven't seen any of them.
Interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
You're right about the vault thing. That was always a thing.
Yeah, get it now or it's going in the vault. My parents were like, we're not paying $60 for a movie. So sorry, kid. You're getting.
And then at the record store, we would jack up the prices to like $80 for a VHS tape. And,
I guess the good thing about me being young is that all these movies were playing on TV, so I just saw them whenever they were coming on, and I just happened to have some of the DVDs for these old films.
Nice.
So.
Cool. How's my volume now? Give me some feedback if I need to turn it up again.
No, you don't want it too loud because then you
gotta.
Get feedback.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good. You sound okay to me, Mike.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
it's always different when we're on the call compared to listening, streaming it. So
I've turned it up some more, and now turning it up even more is this guy.
Okay.
With his number 9.
My number 9 is I love stop motion animation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm a huge fan of the early Rankin and Bass stuff, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeers, that kind of thing. But this one, for me, when I saw it in the theater, I was absolutely blown away by what they did with the animation, and that's The Nightmare Before Christmas. It has a wonderful Danny Elfman score, and he is the singing voice of Jack Skellington, and Jack has always been a favorite of mine.
What's this? What's this?
Exactly. In fact, I have a video of me singing the Oogie Boogie song somewhere. So you won't see that tonight, but it does exist.
Elfman is the man.
Yes.
Those of you familiar with Oingo Boingo should
Yes.
agree. So me, Holland.
Okay, I've just turned it up again because this guy's complaining. So if I'm too loud, I apologize. I'm trying to speak in like a normal. I'm trying not to yell. But anyway, that's excellent, Rob. I have seen that one, and I think I used to own it on DVD as well. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Mr. Kevin.
My number 9 is Big Hero 6.
Ah,
Nice.
I can't remember much about the movie, but I remember liking it. And there was brothers and a robot that had like a balloon around him or something.
Incidentally, my mom's talking about The Nightmare Before Christmas. I bought her that movie at one point. Okay, not even close to too loud. And Mother, are you watching this on the big screen TV like I asked you to try? I'd like to hear some audio feedback from you as well. Big Hero 6, I've heard of. That's as much as I can say. It's got.
I'm not sure if that's a Disney movie. I'm not sure who did that one, but
that's a Disney. That's a Disney Pixar.
Pixar. Okay.
I don't think it's Pixar.
No,
I think it's
don't
Walt
think
Disney
so?
Animation. Yeah,
I
Walt
know
Disney
it.
Animation is separate from Pixar.
Yeah, they split at some point, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, there was a period of time where they were arguing because really Pixar made the movies and all Disney would do was promote the movies.
Right.
They were in charge of the promotion and they would split the profits 50-50. And after a while, Pixar was like, hey, we really don't like this deal. We kind of want out of it. And Disney said, oh, no, you got to this is the deal. And then they were arguing back and forth. And then Disney finally smartened up and realized that if Pixar leaves Disney, then they will be in competition with Pixar. So I think Pixar, they finally made like a deal that Pixar could agree to.
No, I'm reading here. I realize they got back together, but I am reading here that this was Walt Disney Pictures and Walt Disney Animation Studios. So I guess it was that downtime between them not being with Pixar and them not being with Pixar.
All right. So there, I got two Disney films.
Yeah, and they still do like they do the Tangled because that's not Pixar and Frozen. So, and they have a very similar animation style. You can always tell that they're like the Disney animated ones, and Pixar is doing its own thing. But I think Big Hero 6 surprised me because I didn't expect what was going to happen at the halfway mark. And once it turned into that, I'm like, what? That's this type of movie that we're watching right now. The first half is fantastic. It's almost like Wall-E. Wall-E is two different movies. There's that first half, which is just a great silent film, and then you got that second half. So Big Hero 6, once it transitions, it is like two movies in one. It's a lot of fun.
Now I want to watch Wall-E. That sounds interesting.
Have you never seen Wall-E?
Oh,
Eric,
come on.
You're going to find out about a lot of things I've never seen.
Dude.
Can we disqualify him?
Yeah. You can totally fucking disqualify me. I am not qualified to be on this show today. I'm telling you.
If it helps, I just saw Wall-E like 2 months ago and I hated it. I'm sorry.
No, that doesn't really help. I kind of want to see it myself to make my own judgment of it.
I mean,
I never thought it was anything special, but
my problem is I don't like that the main character doesn't talk. All he does is speak in robot voice.
But that's R2-D2 as well. I guess he's not the main character, though. I don't know. That doesn't bother me. I kind of like that.
It's
Anyway,
amazing.
let's
It's
not
amazing
talk
the
about-
expression they get out of the robot for not saying much in the movie, and that's what I think is
I dig that.
It's so good. He's like a mix between like R2-D2 and Short Circuit, Johnny Five.
Yeah.
I dig that.
So it's funny. It's fun. Yeah, I think you'll like it.
But let's not over discuss a film that I haven't seen. So, Eric, please, your number, I believe 9. We're still on 9.
Yeah, my number 9 is the only one from Leica Studio, and it's Kubo and the Two Strings.
Oh, I've heard of that.
And I like Leica movies, like they did Coraline, Paranorman, Box Trolls, and the latest one was Missing Link. But there's just something about those stories that don't really grab me. But then Kubo and the Two Strings, I was absolutely blown away by it. Saw it on the big screen, and the thing that impressed me the most, and I know how much work goes into these movies, it's crazy. And I've actually talked to a former Leica employee who runs a theater out in Elora. Now they do a combination of traditional animation, stop motion animation, and CGI. It's really tough to figure out what it is, but all the stuff that you think is CGI is actually all stop motion. So, but what is amazing is there's a montage sequence in around the middle of this movie. They go through 4 or 5 different environments. They last about 2 to 3 seconds on screen before they fade out into another, but the amount of detail that goes into just a 3-second shot that is literally just a montage shot that could be shot by a second unit if it was a live action film. I'm like, I cannot believe what I am watching just for that tiny amount of time. And if you know, it takes forever to make a stop motion movie. But there is a great behind the scenes on how this film was made. You will be just knocked on your ass when you see how they did the there's a skeleton battle, which is incredible. This is sort of like it's like, it feels like an Indiana Jones adventure as well. But there's just the visual aspect of it, the folklore, the characters, the twist. Outstanding. By far Leica's best movie.
I'm intrigued again. I'm continually intrigued. Okay, Lana, go ahead with your number 9.
Awesome. So, oh, by the way, I'm sorry if any of you were offended, but I said I hated Wall-E, so.
Listen, there's no disqualifications, no offense taken, no offense allowed to be taken as far as I'm concerned. We can say whatever the frick we want.
The prequels are good, so is the baby.
Oh, that's it. I'm offended.
Hang on a second, okay? One second.
Okay then.
Sorry.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Lana.
Okay, so 9 are we on? 9?
Yeah, 9.
Yes.
Okay. So my number 9 is Mulan.
Nice.
So I like that Mulan was the first Disney princess that I felt like really kicked butt. Like, she wasn't the princess that needed a man to rescue her. She was all about, I'm independent. I can do whatever I want. I don't want to be some bride that just sits there looking pretty. I want to fight and kick some ass and save China. So she's kind of like that. And I know Reflection is really overplayed, but it's a really great song. And I'll make a man out of you. It's a fun karaoke song, and it's really that whole sequence. There's a scene where they're fighting the bad guys, and there's this Mulan. She shoots fire at the mountain, and the snow comes falling down, and it's really like. I just thought that was really cool sequence, especially like everyone was riding in the snow and the bad guys were like trapped inside. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while, but I do know that I enjoy it a lot whenever I watch it. So
Nice.
there we go.
Harrison, you go ahead with your number 9. I got to go turn on the air conditioning, but I'll be back. Go ahead.
All right. Do we count the prequels as animated films?
Let it go, Harrison. Let it go.
I'm joking. Anyway.
Let it go.
Anyway,
was that a Frozen reference?
Take it for what it is.
If you want it to be. I'm just going to give a quick honorable mention shout out to Disney's Treasure Planet before I forget about it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely an underrated film. But my number 9 is The Lion King 2.
Oh.
What I miss?
Lion King 2. There was a 2?
Direct video.
It was also a Lion King 1.5.
Yeah,
you're right.
Oh, okay, I remember.
But we don't talk about that.
So Harrison went sequel again?
Yeah. I like Lion King 2, and I think I might even like it a little bit more than the original. Right. The talking elephant in the room is that it's basically what happened if the cast of Cats took a wrong turn and ended up in Romeo and Juliet. But once you get past that, it's still a pretty good application of that story. And I like, because all of the goofy hyenas have gone and buggered off, the antagonistic lions actually have to do the stuff themselves, and it ends up making them more threatening and far more interesting characters. Like they seem more better than Scar because they do more than Scar. Scar just sits around a lot, talks a bit, doesn't do much. And I love in the original version of the film before they changed it, the main bad lion actually refuses to help the help. It's it's basically a complete reversal of the iconic death scene in the first film, except it's the bad guy clinging onto the rock. And in the original version, she literally refuses the help and Mufasa's herself off the edge, but they changed that so that she slips because apparently suicide is too dark for a kids movie. But yeah, I like it a fair bit more, and you can argue that the soundtrack is probably a little inferior to the first one, but you still have good songs like He Lives in You and Not One of Us.
Cool. All right. We're into the number 8s. Yep. And I'll start with a movie that I have not seen, which is Frozen. Never seen it.
I just watched it for the first time at Christmas, and I wasn't impressed. So
I trust you. Hey, Bob, how you doing, buddy? My number 8 is a movie that might not be considered a great film, but the animation is quite detailed. It's a lot of work went into the stop motion, the sets, the puppets. It's a little movie about America. America, fuck yeah, coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Is that really animation though?
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
I don't think that's
not stop
puppetry.
motion. It's marionettes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's puppetry. Like that would if you're gonna include that, that means all the Muppet movies would be animation.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we know what? We're getting too many. Oh fuck.
No, similarly, I almost included one of the Alvin and the Chipmunks movies, but technically that's not animated since the Chipmunks were put in a real life world, so I didn't include them.
Although I think we're making an exception for that.
Yeah, that was the little.
Okay.
Although that's different. I think the movie that we're all thinking about, where real life and animation interact, I think it's different than Alvin and the Chipmunks because the Chipmunks are supposed to be real, like in that environment, and they just so happen to be animated, much like you could talk about Star Wars, the prequels being animated as well, right? Jar Jar Binks, but he's supposed to be a real character in that environment,
right?
And not like Looney Tunes back in action or.
I think
Space
it's
Jam.
different when you have a live action movie with an animated character in it versus the movie that probably is going to be on a lot of our lists, which is pretty much an animated movie with live action people in it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't include Alvin and Chipmunks, since they're supposed to be like, these are chipmunks and these are talking chipmunks and they actually exist in the real world, so that's why I didn't include them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as long as Mike is disqualified for.
You know what? I gotta think on my feet and come up with another one. So thinking on my feet and coming up with another one, I'm sticking with Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and we're going with South Park in Imagination Land. I mean.
Oh wow! Yeah, man.
I'll tell you something. It was a direct-to-DVD movie.
I've never seen that.
It was pretty funny. It's basically Imagination Land is like this land where all the imaginary characters live, and you've got Luke Skywalker, Optimus Prime, and most offensively of all, Jesus Christ, living in Imagination Land as superheroes. Yes, I just said Jesus Christ living in Imagination Land. So
as a superhero?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where one of the characters ends up in Imagination Land, and he's like, "Oh shit, I got Luke Skywalker and Superman and Jesus all mad at me." And I love the absurdity of it. I love the mixing of the genres. Like I think there's Cylons in there. There's all kinds. Like it's basically one of those things where you have to pause the film and look at all the different characters in Imagination Land because they threw in the kitchen sink. I think there's like strawberry shortcakes and My Little Ponies and Care Bears and everything. And of course, there's these evil woodland creatures too, because you have to have that. So thinking on my feet and disqualifying my own pick in a no disqualifications round, I'm going to improvise and say South Park, Imagination Land. And we'll go with Meats number 8, a movie I've heard of, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Okay.
Somebody please explain to me what that is.
So it's basically about this inventor who always fails, and he decides to create this device to make food come out of the sky. and then chaos ensues, and I think the mayor, he tries to take advantage of the invention, and he goes a bit too far, and these food starts attacking people.
Oh
So and so they must the inventor and someone else has to stop the machine before it like takes over the whole world, something like that. I haven't seen it in a while either, but I thought the concept was pretty unique.
Yeah,
Now's
Bill
probably-
Hader's the lead in that, and does a good job.
I like Bill Hader. Now's probably a good time to mention a film that I did like, but I didn't put on my list. Sausage Party.
Oh my God, great! That's great.
Man.
So I could throw that on my list too.
Here we go. Michael Clash again.
Really?
I
You love
couldn't
it?
believe I sat through that whole thing.
I didn't say I liked it. I
Oh,
just said I saw it.
oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
I feel like it's kind of a big deal anytime I can think of an animated movie I've
I
seen, because
see.
this list was like really. I'm not kidding. This list was difficult. And there's certain things. Harris and I discussed this. There's certain things that I refused to put on my list, and Harrison knows what I'm talking about.
Silly the brain.
What's the right?
Silly the brain.
Silly LeBrain. I think, yeah, okay. So without giving too much away, over to my good friend, Mr. Rob Daniels, for your number 8.
Okay. My number 8 should come as no surprise. It's one of my favorites. And when it came out, I loved it. It's what the Fantastic Four should have been. And that is the first Incredibles.
Oh, yes, I've seen it.
One of my favorites, and it's continues to be my favorite. I like the second one, but the first one just holds a special place in my heart. So, number 8, The Incredibles.
Keep that handy because you might need to show it off again later on in the show.
Okay.
Yep.
Over to you, Kev.
Well, that almost made my list, but it's been so long since I've seen it. Uh-oh.
What did you do?
And Litwiller's not even here. I don't know who they're coming for.
Sorry, that must have been me.
Are you serious?
I don't know. Well, I heard a siren come by my house. So.
Jeez, Lana, you better hide.
Is there a volcano happening near you or something?
Oh.
No, it's just that my house is by there's this road by my room, so like I hear all these cars driving by and some cars playing this really loud music that I feel like they're gonna go deaf if they turn it up that loud.
Those guys.
And it's not even rock music, it's like freaking Hawaiian or rap music. And I'm like, no, thank you.
Did you just say Hawaiian rap music?
No, they either play Hawaiian or rap music.
Hawaiian
or
rap.
music. Okay.
I was expecting
Thank
top 10 Hawaiian rap music songs next week.
That's what we're doing.
Where we're headed.
Anyway, sorry, Kevin.
All right.
Go.
My number 8, just to piss off Lana, is Wall-E.
Yes.
No, it's legit my number 8. I love that movie. I thought it was great. I like the Pixar, so there you go.
I'm gonna give Bop 4 points for this one.
Sounds like a porno
starring
Uncle Meat.
He's here with us in spirit, folks. And here's Eric with yet more terrible commentary.
Yeah,
I'm
it's just
sure
volcano.
that's what it is. You have
It's
to,
just a giant-
literally- You're walking to school and you're dodging lava.
Yeah, it's just a giant crater.
Just a crater.
You're walking on the edge.
Anyway, Eric, you're not a dick. You go ahead.
Number 8.
Yeah.
I think it is the most recent one on my list. So, but I was absolutely blown away by it when I saw it in the theater. And again, it's another one that had no business being as good as it was. And I think Phil Lord and Christopher Miller were happy that they got fired from Solo so they could work on this. It's Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
I was wondering when it was going to show up.
I have never seen anything like it before. The story was mind-boggling good. The voice cast was incredible. And then when you get into the meat of things and learn about what they did with the animation and the fact that Miles, for the first part of the movie, he's on every other frame compared to everyone else, especially Spider-Man when he meets him. And until he starts learning his powers and gaining control of it, that's when he finally is on the same frame rate as Spider-Man is. So you'll see it's a little jerky and it's a little off, and you're wondering why certain things might feel like it's off. It was done on purpose. So I think Miles was on every odd frame and Spider-Man was on every even frame. And but the look is unique. Some of it is hand drawn. It just has that look of a comic book. And while I'm not a huge fan of what Marvel's been putting out, I only like a handful of the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, and I think DC's an absolute mess. This one really has become one of my all-time favorite superhero films, and I'm just so glad it was such a huge hit and won all the awards that it deserved, and I cannot wait to see the second one.
Well,
Eric, our first disagreement.
Sorry, just 1 second. Eric, I think that one was done by Sony, so Marvel Studios had minimal input
Right.
on it.
Yeah. It's just with the whole comic book stuff just being thrown down your throat, much like Star Wars was. It just felt extremely fresh, very, and it worked for me. And like I said, it shouldn't have been as good as it was.
Sorry, Harrison, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Eric and I have our first disagreement because I'm just going to say that movie made my eyeballs want to puke.
Yes, you told me that before.
Yeah.
And then that made me visualize what that would look like, and I don't want to do that again. So we are going to throw it over to Lana. You're on mute. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So, 8, right? Number 8?
Yes.
Okay. So, my number 8 is A Bug's Life.
Yeah.
So, I just saw this film like a month ago, and I was blown away. Because, well, first of all, I forgot we had this DVD. So, and I decided to watch it one day, and I really liked the story of the underdog, the one that nobody really believed in. Thought that he was stupid, he was out of his mind, but I love that he had so much faith that I think his name is Flick, the ant. His name is Flick.
Yeah.
And so I just loved how he had faith in himself and that he was determined to try save the day and with his inventions. And yeah, and I think Hopper, he's a really good villain, and he's like really bad. He's like all bossy and controlling, but so the scene where he gets eaten by a bird, that really makes me happy.
I will say one thing. We'll talk about this movie some more, but there's one thing I will say about the villain. Of all the movies we've seen on the list so far, this is the first one that cast an actual villain as the villain. Over to you, Harrison.
Oh.
Who is the villain? I'm
Kevin
lost.
Spacey.
Oh
my God.
That's
I was
all
thinking
I'm gonna
Gene
say.
Hackman, but that's Ants.
Yeah, that's Ants. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
Who plays the villain?
Kevin Spacey.
Oh, yeah.
He's made the news for not very good reasons. So I won't give him any more of my airtime.
well, isn't Woody Allen in Ants?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So
he
there
is.
you go. There's villains all over the
Playing a good guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's miscasting.
He's surprisingly good in it, though. But
Okay,
besides
Harrison, go for it, my friend.
This is a movie with Frank Welker in it.
Oh, I know
But
what that is.
it's an uncredited role.
Okay, I don't know
It's
what
a
that is.
movie. It's a movie that spawned something like 13 sequels, and in this movie, he's voicing a T-Rex. I don't mean like actual talking voicing. I mean the roaring voicing. This is The Land Before Time, the very first original one.
Okay. Okay.
And I love the hand-drawn animation of. I just love hand-drawn animation, and one of my favorite scenes in this film is the one where the Littlefoot's mother fights the T-Rex, and it's at sunset, so you've already got that great color palette, and with the shadows and everything, and but it's also happening during an earthquake, so you have these sharp angles and Dutch tilts everywhere, and it's just the score is phenomenal too. It's just a really great scene.
Nice.
Yeah, a few years ago, my nephew was about 6 at the time, and he was right into dinosaurs. Like everything was dinosaurs, right? And I'm like, well, have you seen The Land Before Time? And turns his nose up at it because that's an old movie, for old people. I'm like,
I'm not old.
So I put it on for him, and he's sitting there, he's watching. He's like, I'm like, yeah, see, that's a good movie, all right? And he was like, put the pillow up against his face, like, shut up.
Yeah, it's true. I think every kid who grew up with that was just absolutely devastated by that movie.
Yeah.
But it's Don Bluth. He's so good, especially during that time. I mean, the Secret of Nim, American Tail, that, oh, wow.
Throughout the 80s,
Spielberg.
he completely outdid the Disney. Like, Disney
Absolutely.
wasn't doing very much of anything, and he was just cranking them out at the time.
Yeah. It's just too bad his
Spielberg
career
and
took a
Lucas
nosedive. Yeah,
were
Spielberg,
executive
Lucas.
producers on this one.
Yeah. And a great James Horner score.
Yep.
It's fantastic. But yeah, and he also and Don Bluth animated the Dragon's Lair video
right.
games.
Oh yeah. I remember popping quarters into that. Wasn't it like a buck? Wasn't it a buck?
Yeah.
It's outrageous. That's even expensive
was.
today.
Yeah. It was a hard game.
For this next round, number 7, I need to make a costume change.
Are you getting naked? What's happening? Birthday suit?
No Ralph Bakshi films.
I had no idea James Horner did the music for Land 4 times. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
He did Aliens, didn't he?
And he did a music for Titanic as well.
That's correct.
Yeah, I never saw the Land 4 time, but his music in Titanic was great.
Yeah. Yeah, he James Horner did, if I'm not incorrect, I think all of Amblin animation scores. So American Tail, Land Before Time, Balto.
Oh.
We're Back, A Dinosaur Story. What are the other ones, Rob? There's a couple of other ones.
Off the top of my head.
Oh, he did Five Goes West.
Yep.
Yeah. And he was kind of like the animation guy for Spielberg's animation company.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know 2 of you, maybe 3, have figured out the number 7 pick. Eric clearly has. The Americans and the Australians in the house will not know this pick. But
I don't know this pick.
Eric picked this, and then I stole it. Because I didn't consider shorts at first, but it's a short film.
Oh.
And I will read some dialogue. It was one of the greatest disappointments in my life. Instead of the red, white, and blue of the Montreal Canadiens sweater, Monsieur Etienne had sent the blue and white sweater of the Toronto Maple Leafs. With tears in my eyes, I summoned up the strength to say, I never wear that uniform. Maurice Richard would never wear it. I pray to God to send 100 million moths to eat up my Toronto Maple Leaf sweater.
The monster coming, the monster coming, the monster coming. Go Leafs, go Leafs, go. Oh, that was funny.
So
what is the name of this movie? I'm lost.
It's called The Sweater.
Never
and
heard
it's
of it.
the National Film Board of Canada. And I did not write down the year that it was made, but I think Jen was saying earlier that it was in the 1950s. But it takes place in 1946. And it's about a little boy who loved Maurice Richard. And his sweater his sweater wears out. So his mother orders a new sweater from Monsieur Etienne. But Monsieur Etienne sends the wrong sweater.
Did the character have a bad Swedish accent?
No, I'm trying to be French.
It was French. Yeah.
Oh.
It's actually, it's funny. The book was published in 1979.
Ah.
And the movie, well, the animation, it's called The Hockey Sweater. It was actually made in 1980. So it's like right after that was done. Yeah. But it is a classic. And by the way, if you are a Leafs fan, there is a book called My Leafs Sweater.
No kidding.
Yeah,
And that's the true story, right?
The Leaf Sweater is the true story one. I think it's a true story. Yeah, and it has everything to do with
childhood, I think.
Yeah, with him going to see the Daryl Sittler 6-goal game.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
The animation in this is fantastic. It's all like what would you say? Like, it's not pencil crayons. It's like those chalk like.
It's like pastels.
It's like pastels. It's amazing. The animation.
The book comes to life. It is faithful to the book illustrations. Yeah, but it's a Canadian classic.
And one thing that kind of yes, you can watch it on YouTube. I watched it today on YouTube. One thing
How long
that's
is it?
also 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing I also enjoyed about it that as a child kind of confused me is that there's no happy ending.
Right.
It ends with the kid. The last line is, "I pray to God to send 100 million moths to eat up my Toronto Maple Leaf sweater." And the kid goes to play hockey with his friends on the ice, who are all wearing Montreal Canadiens jerseys, all wearing the number 9 Maurice Richard, and they won't let him on the ice. They put him on the third line, and then another kid gets hurt, and he rushes onto the ice to play, and he gets sent off the ice. The referee, too many men, so he never gets to play. And his friends shun him, and there's no happy ending. And his mother says it will take months.
No. How it ends.
No, I'm telling you how it ends. I just watched it today.
Well, there is the part about going to church.
Yes.
It's
It
just
goes-
nuts.
So, yeah, well, he's like I said, he's praying to God to send him the 100 million moths. But his mother tells him it will take months to replace this jersey. To write a letter to Monsieur Etienne that he sent the wrong jersey. It will take months, and by that time the winter will be over. So you have to wear this shirt for the rest of those seasons. Like there's no happy ending for this kid, and you never find out if the moths actually do come. Although there's a wonderful animation of the moths coming and eating the sweater, and that's how it ends. The moths eating the sweater. Like, what a dour ending. I'm a kid watching this, and it's like, this is not like other cartoons I've seen where everybody laughs and smiles at the end and there's a happy ending. He never gets his sweater in the show, and he never gets to get on the ice. It's it's different, but it's so Canadian. Like, I see the blank faces below me, and I love that because
I like Bob's comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, I'm just going to take this off. Go ahead. Oh, wait. No, I have to read Meats.
Yes.
Meats, same one. I stole
really?
it from him. We decided to go together on number 7. I'm going to take my sweater off.
Okay, over to me. Mine is probably the most recent release on this list. I saw this film and was just absolutely blown away by the animation, the detail, the absolute just amazing score, the performance from Andy Serkis, just everything in this film just absolutely blew me away. And I'm talking about The Adventures of Tintin. I was absolutely just blown away by that film. And it's number 7, but given another day, it could be very much higher. But it's the one that I have seen the most recent. And wow. Love this film. Number 7, The Adventures of Tintin.
Wow, am I having a deja vu?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that was it was top Spielberg films.
Nice.
You'll have a Deja 3 soon.
A Deja 3. Oh man, I love it. Continuity. Kevin.
Okay, I actually grabbed the Blu-ray for this movie because I'm not sure if any of you guys have heard of it. Well, I'll just show you. This is called The Little Prince. This is a Canadian film from Montreal. Speaking of Montreal, and I saw The Little Prince. It was coming up on TV, and I remember that cartoon from when I was a kid. And the cartoon was about this boy that lived on this planet that could only fit one person on it, and he had a flower that he had to keep alive with water, and he would cast a net out and catch comets and go to other planets and go on adventures and that. And so when I saw The Little Prince coming up, I remember that cartoon. I'm going to watch the movie on it. And the movie has nothing like the cartoon that I watched. So the movie is about this little girl and her mom here, little girl and her mom. And she lost her father at some point, and the mom has the kid's life all organized, down to the minute of what to do every day. Everything's scheduled and that, and she doesn't have a lot of time for free thought. And her mom goes off to work. She's left at home during the day, and she is expected when her mom comes home to have all this stuff done. down to the minute. And then she, they move into this new house, and she discovers a new neighbor, which is this old guy who gives, who says like, you need some time for some fun. And he gives her the book, The Little Prince, and she starts reading The Little Prince. And, as her mind, so the movie is in 3D, 3D animation. But as it goes to the Little Prince segments, I don't know if you can see it there, but it's all stop motion animation, like all this Little Prince stuff. And it's just an excellent movie, a lot of heart. And it's about, taking some time to do some other things and not just being focused on a career. Like the kid is, 8 or 9, and her mom has her entire life planned out for her. And it reminded me a lot of The Little Toaster, or The Brave Little Toaster. You remember that movie? Yep. Where it's just a small film that didn't have the promotion of the big films at the time. So anytime I have an opportunity to promote that movie, I make it so. And you can check out a review of that movie on buriedonmars.com. That's right. Somewhere in there.
Google buriedonmars.com.
And The Little Prince, and it'll come up. It'll be right there.
It'll be your first hit.
Yep, for sure.
But not Kevin's first hit, because he's had plenty of. We could do
no, it might be. You might be close. Yes. It might be in the top 10. It's on my site.
Okay. Eric, number 7.
Yeah, my number 7, I would say, would be E.T. for a New Generation. It is the one of 2 Brad Bird movies that's going to be on my list. And unfortunately, this film bombed in 1999, which is too bad. But it's got a cult following, and I think it found its audience when it came to home video. It is a brisk movie, 87 minutes long. Jennifer Aniston, Harry Connick Jr., and Vin Diesel.
What?
The Iron Giant.
Oh.
And I would say the reason the story is very similar to E.T. A young boy befriends an alien, but the ending is just as devastating, although it's a lot happier to a point in E.T. The sacrifice that the Iron Giant, the whole Superman, and you're just left weeping by the end of this movie. But you can really see Brad Bird's style in this film. So when you go and see The Incredibles, it almost seems like Hogarth is the speedy little boy. What's his name from The Incredibles? Dash. Dash looks like Hogarth, just a smaller version of him. But anyway, the animation's spectacular, and the Michael Kamen's score is incredible. But like I said, that ending is something else, and I don't think you really see it coming. And for a children's film, it's pretty powerful, and it's a really good film. Like I showed my kids when they were young, and we had a really good talk about it. And then, it's a great Cold War movie too. So highly recommend it.
I like how the animation in that movie is all 2D except for the Iron Giant, which is computer generated. And they used to do that a lot in the late 90s because computer generated animation was very expensive at the time. So they would do this nice blend between the 2 styles that kind of just went the way of the dodo. No one seems to do that anymore because now 2D animation drawings are harder to do than computer.
He feels like a part of it. It's just, you know what I mean? He doesn't seem like he's like, it's not like the Beauty and the Beast sequence in the grand ballroom where you just know that whole entire background is computer generated, except for the Belle and the Beast. He just feels like a lot of the computer animation that you see in Family Guy, right? It looks like it's a 2D animated piece, but they're able to use the 3D space in order to make the Iron Giant do things. But you're right, it's fluid. You can't tell.
Yeah, you have to be looking for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Nice. I love it. I haven't seen it. I want to. What now? Help me out here. What's the relation to the Pete Townsend album, The Iron Giant?
Nothing.
No. Not the same.
No, this is based on a book.
Isn't that what Pete Townsend's? Is it based on the same book?
That Ted Hughes wrote. I don't know. It's called The Iron Man.
Pete Townsend.
It could be.
I think it must be. It must be. Oh, it's called The Iron Man by Pete Townsend. Right. A musical by Pete Townsend. And based on The Iron Man by Ted Hughes. Okay, so they're both based on the same thing.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, Lana, let us know what your number 7 is.
I was gonna say, you said Harry Connick Jr., Jennifer Aniston, and Vin Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
That's such an unlikely cast.
Absolutely, I agree.
Right.
I agree.
And it's a funny thing too is the Iron Giant like really promoted that Vin Diesel was in that movie, and Vin Diesel wasn't even Vin Diesel yet. It's very weird. Like I don't know what he was known for. Like he wasn't a
Saving
wrestler
Private
yet.
Ryan a year earlier, but that's it, right? He wasn't.
but
he
he
wasn't
was-
that action Vin Diesel, and then he was in
The
Pitch
Pacifier,
Black.
right?
Right, yeah, but were
Yeah.
those movies like really like I don't know. I guess he was just the
No, he was.
up-and-coming
They
guy.
weren't star-making performances.
Yeah.
Yeah, except like Pitch Black was maybe his first leading role after.
I don't
yeah.
even think he was leading in that. He was just the kind of the character that they made that second movie from. Right?
I think he
Oh,
was
maybe.
kind of the leading character in the same way that like Sigourney Weaver is the leading character in Alien. You don't
sure.
necessarily know
Yeah, sure.
she's the
Right.
leading character until the very end of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just funny that they had Jennifer Aniston, who was on a big hit show at the time, and Harry Connick Jr. was kind of, known, and they were really pushing that Vin Diesel was in the movie. It's just funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Lana.
Okay, so number 7 for me is Sing.
Never heard of it.
Oh,
So-
I've seen the poster on the side of a bus.
So, okay, so it's about this ambitious koala bear who puts on a singing competition to save his theater. And considering my love for American Idol, I just really liked that it was a singing competition for animals. Like singing music, animals that just sold me, and it was a cartoon. And I just watched this last night, and I found some similarities. When I was watching this movie, I was thinking about American Idol, especially this one scene where the porcupine, the rock star porcupine, her name is Ash. Can you see her? Yeah, her.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so originally the koala bear wanted the porcupine to sing like all these pop songs and to wear more happy colors because he didn't find the whole rock star stuff appealing. And Ash was like, "Can I wear black?" And he was like, "No, black is so depressing. Like, are you going to a funeral or something like that?" And very similarly, on American Idol, they didn't really praise a lot of the rock singers. Like, they had rock singers, but they weren't necessarily the guy's favorite, the judges' favorites. So I found a lot of similarities to that, and I just really like the music, especially Taron Egerton, who plays the gorilla. He sings "I'm Still Standing," and funny enough, he plays Elton John 2 years later, I believe. Yeah. When did Rocket Man come out? Was it 2018, 2019?
A couple years, I'd say 2 years ago, maybe.
2019.
Okay, so yeah, I just found it really funny. So there you go.
That's cool. Way to go for bringing some music into it. Okay, Mr. Harrison, you're number 7.
All right, this is another dinosaur movie, and I'm initially a little confused as to why I put it above Land Before Time. But it is a great movie. It's from 2000. It's a CGI animated movie, but it still holds up to this day, just about the animation. It's that good. It's way ahead of its time. It's Disney's Dinosaur.
Okay.
If you know that
Underrated
one.
film.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I respect this film greatly because they didn't. One of the reasons why I respect it greatly is because they didn't go for the T-Rex, and sheep out or like cop out doing the T-Rex. They went and they had their antagonists as carnivores, and by golly, did they make those things terrifying. Those are some of the most terrifying dinosaurs in film, and they're absolutely menacing. But one of the scenes, and like this is in a Disney film, these two iguanodons are in this gorge, and the carnivores are stalking them, and right as they realize they should probably get out of here, one of them gets dragged behind by its tail, and then in the background of a couple shots later, you can see this Carnotaur literally ripping chunks of flesh off this corpse of the animal. In a Disney film, you can actually see the chunk of flesh. It's
Oh my god!
I like this dinosaur film quite a lot.
Yeah.
Disney allowed ripping flesh to be seen on camera, but they don't allow actors to kiss anymore on screen for
I
Disney
didn't
Channel.
know that.
This was from in 2000, so
Yeah.
Different
It's
time.
a really unique movie because I don't know if there's any other animated film that has done this, because all of the backgrounds are live plates. So they actually went out and shot all the backgrounds first and then threw the dinosaurs in and animated them within the scene. So there's no matte paintings, it's all the backgrounds are all real and shot in camera, which is
wild.
Just
quite similar.
Sorry, what's the other one?
My next entry. Is
Oh, okay.
Quite similar.
We'll get there. All right. Awesome. That's cool. I'm going to go with my number 6, and then after this round, we will take the midway break. My number 6 is The Animatrix, which came during a time when I didn't have Matrix burnout. And I definitely had Matrix burnout by the third film. And
I had Matrix burnout on the first film.
Oh, come on. Why are you so contrarian? I like the Animatrix, and I like the way it expanded the universe a little bit. And not every segment was great. I think there were, 11 segments or something like that? Rob, you look like
something like that.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
It was a lot. I think it was nine segments.
Each one in a different style of animation, which kind of made for it wasn't a smooth viewing experience, that's for sure. And a lot of them covered different aspects of the Matrix. Very few of them actually related to Neo. Yeah. But it was good, and it was groundbreaking, and it introduced me to different kinds of animation. And I think it's worth. There it is. I'll just put that on the screen. I think it's worth checking out, especially if. Oh shit! That pushed the wrong button. Muted him. Okay, I think it's worth checking out, especially if you are not a Kevin and you actually like the Matrix. But I would say watch that instead of Matrix 2 and 3. And they haven't even finished making the movie, and I'd say watch that ahead of the Matrix 4 as well.
Yeah,
which I think is freaking ridiculous that that's even being made, but that's just my opinion. And on to Eric's number 6. It's a movie that I have probably seen, but don't have any memories of. 1973's Charlotte's Web. I don't remember anything about
I forgot
it.
about that one. Oh shoot, that would have been my list.
I must have seen it, right? Like, I was a
Probably.
kid in the 70s and 80s, so I must have seen it.
Yeah.
But I have no memory of it. And
Some
Eric
pink.
also asking if Sin City counts as an animated movie.
That's tough. That's like saying Sky Captain: The World Tomorrow is an animated movie. It's a lot of green. It's all green screen.
Shit,
With-
that reminds me, Eric. I was going to play that prank where I was going to pick The Phantom Menace as my animated movie.
I already brought that one up when you.
yeah, you left and he said it. Yeah.
Oh, he did, eh?
Yeah. I don't know because it is like the characters are live action, but it does have a very comic book feel to it. So I'm not sure.
Hybrid. It's a hybrid.
Yeah.
It's different. It's a genre to its own, I suppose, but it has a foot in a couple different genres.
Yeah.
Anyway, Rob, your number 6.
My number 6, again, because I am a child of the 80s, I fell in love with this film, although I did not see it in the theater when it first came out, although I have seen it in the theater since. A friend of mine said that he was at the theater in 1986 in Dorval when it came out, and there was not a dry eye in the place when this character passed. So I'm talking about Transformers, the movie. You've got the touch.
You got the power.
Yeah.
Dare to be stupid.
Yeah, one of it to me, despite the fact that they were getting rid of the original characters and going on to other new characters and basically changing product lines, the death of Optimus Prime still gets me to this day.
You know why it got me,
My number
Rob?
6, Trent. What's that?
You know why it got me and why that movie is not on my list?
Why?
Because I was pissed off. Optimus Prime was one of the best action figures, and they rendered
Yeah,
him
he
useless.
was. Yep. Well,
Ah,
the
I
but that-
always preferred Rodimus.
Rodimus Prime was a minivan. It was so disappointing.
Camper,
It was terrible.
camper van.
It looked like a minivan to me, like those Dodge Caravans.
Right.
He's called the Space Winnebago, colloquially.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Optimus Prime, he's the red and blue
Yes.
Transformer, right?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, whenever I think of Transformers, I think of either Optimus Prime or Bumblebee. So yeah.
Rob, I had an absolute blast of a time guesting on Visions and Sound the night that we covered that movie, and that was the last time I watched it. I watched it for that show so I could come into it knowledgeable about what we were going to be talking about tonight.
Right.
I do not like Transformers 86. I am well on record. I was pissed off about them rendering Optimus Prime, Megatron, the Seeker Jets, the Insecticons, most of the cars obsolete.
Yep.
That's like 70% of my collection. And
That
then
was oh, sorry, go ahead.
and then what pissed me off even more is that the Marvel comics, which they were always a little bit behind as far as introducing new characters and whatnot goes. But there was obviously a directive from Hasbro that Optimus Prime is to be discontinued in favor of this new character, Mr. Cop's buddy, Rodimus Prime, because in issue 24 of the Transformers Marvel series, Optimus was killed off in a completely different way. And then an issue later, Megatron was killed off. And I'm like, fuck! I was pissed off about all of this stuff, but the difference between the cartoon series and the Marvel comic, which I preferred, is that the Marvel comic kept it more grounded on Earth for the majority of its run, whereas the TV show went into like weird outer space planets where the human beings were the same size as the Transformers. And
Yes.
We're going to have some
in the far off year.
disagreements.
Sorry, in the far off year of 2005.
right. And I believe
That voiceover is great.
Season 3 of the series took place in the far off year of 2006. But
We are going to have some disagreements later, Lorraine.
I've said enough. Let's go to Kevin.
Well, that was the very first Transformers thing I ever saw. I didn't have the access to the cartoon or anything. I was at a friend's birthday party, and they're like, "We're putting on the Transformers cartoon." I'm like, "Oh man, this is awesome! I heard so much about it." I knew who Optimus Prime was through commercials and the toy. Like other kids had the toy, and I thought it was so cool. And sit down and watch that movie, and it's like finally going to get to see Optimus Prime, and he dies and doesn't come back. I remember I was floored. I was floored by that movie. But
Here's something else. You know what? I am going to rant at one more thing. Hot Rod's fucking responsible for Optimus's death. So fuck that character.
No, Optimus should have just pulled the trigger and blown Megatron away. Optimus was soft. That got him killed.
So at the beginning of that movie, though, is it that movie like at the beginning where they show like how the Transformers come to Earth and how they have their look, or that was a different thing? Okay.
That's the pilot.
The pilot.
Yeah.
Okay.
They used to do like almost every year, I guess. They used to do like a 5-episode mini movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like G.I. Joe did.
Like
yeah, they'd always have a mini series.
The Mass Generator or the Weather Dominator.
Yeah, they'd introduce a brand new character that way, or it was a really involved story. Yeah, Rise Serpentor Rise is amazing. That is a great miniseries.
The comic book did it way so better, but anyway.
Did it?
Oh God, wow. So good.
I have to check that out then. Yeah, I always love those miniseries. Those Hasbro ones are great.
We have to move on.
Eric.
Kevin, go ahead. What's your number? 6.
My number 6 is Monsters Inc. There you go.
I like it.
Yeah, it was good.
We're gonna go back to that later.
It did this to me. It made me do this. It really did. Honest to God.
It's a touching movie, and I was a kid who was afraid of stuff underneath the bed and in the closet and all that stuff too. So it was relatable, and all that stuff. And good performances by John Goodman and what's the City Slicker?
Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal. There you go.
Mike
yeah.
Wazowski.
Yeah. So yeah.
You know what, Kevin? That's an inspiring pick, and I kind of wish I'd put it on my list because I remember that I did get a little emotional. It's a good movie.
Yeah,
I was hoping Kevin was going to pick Transformers.
I was hoping
it's not on. No, I just
And then
found
we could
it
all
at a
just pick
thrift store.
Transformers.
I just
you
found
did?
it at a thrift store for $3. I just happened to be here. I haven't seen the movie since probably that birthday party, so I don't remember much of it at all.
I was joking with Harrison that I was going to pick like Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen as a cartoon. But anyways, that's there, yes, and there, yes. Anyway, Eric Woods, your number 6.
My number 6 is The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Rob Shore.
Yeah, it's nothing else can really be said about it that hasn't been said, with the exception that if this was a true Disney kind of Renaissance animated movie, then Elfman would have been nominated for a score, and he would have been nominated for about 65 Oscars for all the songs he wrote for this film. Yeah. It is a tragedy that he got nothing for this movie. It's disgusting, actually, because I would say 3, 4, 5 of the songs that are in this are better than anything that came out of the Disney Renaissance, with the exception of maybe A Hunchback of Notre Dame, because the songs in that are friggin' amazing. But the animation is just, it's revolutionary, a wonderful vision. It's Tim Burton all the way. And I watch this yearly. And like I said, the music is just fantastic. And Kidnapping the Santa Claus is probably my favorite song. It's just so
brilliant.
Damn sinister.
You reminded me of when Family Guy did that little brief homage to it, and it's like spooky, spooky, weirdness, weirdness, and it ends with Jack Skellington saying, "Girls with black hair get tattoos of me," which is 100% true. I remember walking into a Shoppers Drug Mart in Guelph, and there was a goth girl standing in front of me, and she had a Jack Skellington on the back of her thigh. So that resonated with me. It's like, I've seen that girl. She does have Jack Skellington. Anyways, that's a great pick, Eric, and I shouldn't make fun because it really is a brilliant movie, and it, in fact, could be watched at Halloween time and at Christmas time. It's brilliant in that way, and I know Tim Burton has done or been involved with other animations as well, but maybe we'll see some. I don't know. Maybe. Lana, it is your turn.
Sure. So I have heard The Nightmare Before Christmas. I never saw it. I do want to see it. I believe I saw The Holiday Layover at Disneyland, but that's about it. I did, however, I was in a Disney club in college, and I did our theme was The Nightmare Before Christmas for our banquet, and I did the photo booth props, so that's what I did.
Oh, that's neat. Let's get a close up on that. That's neat.
That's cool.
So we got Jack, Skeleton, the Oogie Boogie, and whoever that red guy is. And
that's cool.
Sally, yeah. So that's the closest. That's my memory of The Nightmare Before Christmas, which I still have yet to see. So my number 6 is The Princess and the Frog.
Okay.
Despite my ill feelings about getting rid of Splash Mountain and making it into a Princess and the Frog ride, I still love this movie. And again, like Tangled, I love the twist on The Princess and the Frog, like a twist on a fairy tale that everyone's heard of before. And I liked that Princess Tiana. She was the first African American Disney princess. She was all about working hard, making her dreams come true. She had no time for a man. And then you had this lazy prince, and she ends up making him less lazy. And I just think it's a cute love story. And
was that in the theater? Was that like a full release?
I believe it was.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Really?
Yeah. When did it come out?
One of their last 2D animated movies.
Yeah, I think 2009, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So yeah, really good film, and I love the music. It has like this. It's set. The movie is set in New Orleans, so it's a lot of jazz and a lot of trumpet,
Nice.
and it's really fun to dance to. Really fun songs. Almost There. It's a really great song about like, you're not quite there yet, but you're almost there. If you keep working hard, then you'll get closer to your dreams. And yeah, the music is just really probably it's either this or another film that I can't think of the name of, but this has one of the best Disney film scores I've ever heard. So
Nice.
yeah, here we go.
And you just got some support from John T. Snow, who calls it a good pick. So there you go. If you've got Jon Snow on your side, that's a good thing. You don't want Jon Snow not on your side because well, I'm trying to think of a Game of Thrones line, but I'm brain farting, so we'll just throw it to Harrison and then we'll go to the break because obviously I need some more caffeine. Harrison, you're number 6.
All right, given your previous comments earlier, I'm just going to point out the Rodimus Prime back there. And never mind, on to number 6.
The minivan.
This was the one that the live action, it was taken off my list, but I've put it back on. It's Minuscule and the Valley of the Lost Ants. That's a better Rodimus.
I've never heard of that, Harrison.
It's Minuscule was originally a animated series of shorts by a French company. It would be live action backgrounds, animated insects, and it would be just like looking at the everyday life of an insect. Occasionally they'd do things. Well, there's like funny idiosyncrasies, like the dragonflies sound like Spitfires, the plane.
I like
and
it.
stuff. And the ants, whenever the ants go, they go 2 by 2, and they're like left, right, as they're whistling and they're marching. And anyway, Minuscule and the Valley of the Lost Ants is basically the movie of the series, and it's that live action background plus animated things. It's you do lose a little bit of the charm of the original series when you move towards a more structured narrative and a longer film, but it's still a good, cute representation of the world of these insects.
I like it. I'm learning so much tonight. I can't wait until I get to see the list as written out and mark off the ones that I want to see. Okay, so it is the halfway point. Let's take a break. We always play a song during the break, and we have a limited selection. Do you guys have any requests? Because you guys know what I have.
Anna, you're muted.
Yeah, happy birthday to the Mad Metal Man. Only because
That's too short.
It's too short. And I already played it.
Okay.
I already played it at the start.
Do the garden hose one. Summer's coming to an end. We only got so many opportunities.
Yep, let's do it. Okay, so this is T-Bone Erickson with his hit single, Water from the Hose on the LeBrain Train. We'll see you in 5. Back in the station wagon, no seatbelts and away we go. Secondhand smoke filling up the cabin. Daddy's drinking but he's driving slow. Hitchhiking and we're in luck, riding in the bed of a pickup truck. From this childhood we all grew up. This used to be our reality. Slow right down so you can see the way the world once used to be. How we survived nobody knows. Take that water from the hose. Play it outside beyond the yard. In the streets amongst the cars. All sunburned with a bloody nose. Take that water from the hose. On the roundabout down at the playground.
fast and then you climb. Running home faster than a greyhound. Dinner's cold and Mom said be on time. Shaking like a Polaroid. I'm so late and she's annoyed. When Dad gets home, discipline's deployed. Freedom with accountability. Slow right down so you can see the way the world once used to be. How we survive, nobody knows. Drinking water from the hose. Play it outside beyond the yard. In the streets amongst the cars. All sunburnt with a bloody nose. Drinking water from the hose. Lead paint all over the halls. Asbestos behind the walls. Chicken pox and a runny nose. Drinking water from the hose. Vaccine scars like tennis balls. Boys had guns and girls had dolls. Life was good, the story goes. Drinking water from the hose. Slow right down so you can see the way the world once used to be. How we survive, nobody knows. Drinking water from the hose. Play it outside beyond the yard. In the streets amongst the cars. All sunburned with a bloody nose. Drinking water from the hose.
I did a costume change. I love this shirt. All right. So we're into the top 5. Somebody just cracked a beverage.
Just club soda.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Speaking of beverages, last week, you recall, I drank a Caesar. It's the first time I've ever had alcohol on the show. Well, I remembered why I don't drink alcohol. Let's just say the following morning I remembered. My number 5, Lana, if you wouldn't mind grabbing your copy of A Bug's Life one more time.
Wow.
This is a movie that I actually bought twice. I bought that.
You bought it
and then,
twice?
I bought it twice.
Wow.
And then a few months later, I liked it so much, I found a deluxe 2-DVD copy at the local, I guess, Blockbuster. And thank you, Lana. I appreciate that.
No problem.
So I bought it twice. The 2-DVD one was loaded with special features. Loved it. I think one thing I like about this movie is the voice cast. And I prepared in advance, got the Wikipedia up. Good old Canadian Dave Foley as the lead character Flick. An actual villain as the villain Hopper, Kevin Spacey. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Hayden Panettiere, Dennis Leary, Bonnie Hunt, David Hyde Pierce, and in my absolute favorite instance of casting, Mr. Jonathan Harris, a.k.a. Dr. Smith from the original Lost in Space, as the praying mantis. And also you got Richard Kind and Phyllis Diller in the cast. And I think that's what got an adult to watch a kid's movie. Also, because I was working at the record store at the time, and it was kind of a big deal anytime you got in a decent used DVD, because DVDs were brand new at that time. So I basically bought anything decent that came in. And so I saw a lot of DVDs at that time that I normally wouldn't have. So as soon as A Bug's Life came in, I'm like, that looks good. And I picked it up, and it was good. So that's my number 5, A Bug's Life. And Uncle Meat's number 5, he wanted me to read the voice cast for this as well, is an animated film starring Gary Shandling, Eugene Levy, Catherine O'Hara, Bruce Willis, Steve Carell, William Shatner, Avril Lavigne, Wanda Sykes, Nick Nolte, and Thomas Hayden Church. If you guys have figured it out yet.
Is it that open season?
Over the Hedge.
Over the Hedge. Okay.
Over the
One of
Hedge.
those.
And he was raving about this to me. Told me I would love it and I should see it. So maybe I will take him up on that.
It's so good. Steve Carell as the squirrel is outstanding.
Yeah.
He's out. There's one particular scene at the end. I was dying laughing, and I'm in the theater. It hurt so much.
So you would double down on recommending this to me.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's really different compared to a lot of like children's fare that's out there.
Well, I will tell you that when it came out, Jen and I used to go to Blockbuster quite frequently and rent movies, and it was almost rented by us. I wanted it because of William Shatner and Avril Lavigne, and she probably ixnayed that choice. So blame Jen.
I have a question about Bug's Life. Was that the first Pixar movie that did the? No, I know it's not the first Pixar movie. Is it the first one that did the bloopers, the fake bloopers at the end?
I think it was, and they brought it back in theaters for a second run with an entirely different blooper reel.
Yeah, I remember they would do that. They would air it during the first one without the bloopers, and then you'd have to come back and watch it again to see the bloopers the second time, because that's what Disney does. They're
the original
like
Toy
that.
Story didn't do it, or did?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I can't remember.
I
I know
think
for
Bug's Life
certain the
was-
sequels did. The sequels to Toy Story did, but I'm not sure if the first one did it.
I think A Bug's Life is the first.
I just remember that being a big thing. Like come back and see
That's
the bloopers.
why I
and I'm
seem
like,
to remember it being the first.
yeah.
And
I
yes,
know the special features on this DVD. It does say 2 sets of hilarious outtakes as seen in theaters.
There you go. Here's something else I remember. This movie, when it was reformatted for full screen, they redid a lot of the animations so that all the characters that you need to see were on the full screen. Like not redid, but tweaked the animation. Like maybe moved 2 vines closer together so you could get them in the same frame, which I found.
That would happen a lot
Is that why
with
there's
3D animated films.
Is that why there's a full screen and widescreen version, or is that something else?
Well, without getting too much into details, that kind of is a throwback to an era when a lot of people did have TVs that were 4x3, I believe, more of a square shape, and a lot of people did not want a widescreen movie on a full screen TV because that's when you get the black bars at the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
And I would have a lot of customers come into my store and return the widescreen movies and say, "Yeah, I don't want this because it's cutting off the top and the bottom." And I would say, "Well, hold on a second. It's not cutting off the top and the bottom. When you buy a full screen movie, the more squared off version, they actually chop the sides. So you're actually not getting the full picture in a full screen movie." And I would explain this to people and I would get this in return.
Yep.
So I stopped explaining it to people and just said, "You're right, sir."
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's totally easier. Well, and a lot of people have like they're convinced of something.
Yes.
When we switched over
Dunning-Kruger, right? That's the Dunning-Kruger effect.
When we switched over to HD, we took our standard def signal and we just put the HD signal on the standard def signal. So if you were still watching our channel on a standard def TV, the tops and bottom would be cut off, right? Like it would be cut off, but you'd see the black bars. Yeah, right. And I had one guy call convinced the reason why we were doing that was to save money. And I tried to explain him just like Mike did. I'm like, actually, no, it's an HD signal. It's thing that so you're actually seeing more of the picture. He's like, no, you're doing it to save money. I know you're doing it. And it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna call and with your theory, I'm not gonna confirm it for you because it's ridiculous. But I was a little belligerent to him because he was just being. It was old men. Old men always call. They're convinced something is, and there's nothing. All they want to do is like confirm that their stupid theory is correct. It's like, why did you call me? If you know the answer, then go tell all your friends that you know the answer. Don't call me.
Rob and Eric will remember this, but the easiest way to learn about full screen versus widescreen would have been to watch the intro to the Star Trek IV The Voyage Home Special Edition VHS tape, which was in widescreen and had a little, before the movie itself, had a little thing, I think probably narrated by Nimoy, explaining what you were watching. This is what a full screen is. This is what a widescreen is. And in the full screen version, they actually had to pan and scan depending on where the action was in the frame. And it's
Yeah.
very annoying. Rob and Eric will also remember this. There was a period of time in the 80s when the only version of Star Wars that you could see was a full screen pan and scan version.
Yeah.
There were aliens in the Star Wars cantina that were lost, completely lost. And that's how urban legends started. Like, there was, in the original theatrical version, there's an alien that does this, and there's an alien over here. And it was like, well, it's not on the version they show on TV. And that was all because that stuff is lost in a full screen version. And I know you guys remember that.
I'll never forget the first time I watched Ghostbusters Letterboxd, because they always cut off Egon. And the first time I saw it Letterboxd, I'm like, wow, he is actually in all these scenes. He's not just a voice off camera.
Another thing I remember, and I'm sorry for going off track here, but I've had my coffee and I'm wired. Another thing I remember here is watching old Pink Panther movies on television with really bad pan and scan, like very robotic, like stiff, like very obvious, distractingly obvious pan and scan. I don't know if you guys have any memory for that.
Yeah, because there were two processes. Sometimes they would do it a video, like they would do a video pan and scan, which is you could really tell it didn't work, or else they would actually do a photochemical version of it, and they'd actually film the scan so it seemed a little bit more smooth. Or they would literally take a widescreen, mostly the CinemaScope ones, where they had like 2 or 3 people in the shot having a conversation, right? They were intercutting between a scene that literally has no cuts. And so it's much like the experiences that we all had when we finally see them in widescreen, and we're like, wait, aren't there cuts here? Isn't this like, where's the pan to this? And it's gone. It's just a static shot. It's a 5-minute dialogue sequence, and everybody's in the frame. And it blew my mind when I first saw it.
Yeah.
A lot of times too, like even widescreen movies are matted, for the top, and the actual film is actually a lot bigger than what you see even in the theater. And a lot of times what they would do for 4:3 is that they would just mat it the other way.
That's right.
So there's an infamous scene from the Pee Wee Herman movie where he's pulling a chain out of his...
Right, you can see it.
Right, like he's pulling a chain out of the container on his bike. And the joke is that the chain is like way bigger than the container. But when they matted it 4:3, you can actually see the chain going up into the container, and he's just like pulling it through the container.
It's like the old trick of the magician pulling 1,000 things out of his hat.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually see, like Kevin's saying, you can see the chain being fed up into this side box.
Yeah, in the theater, the gag would work because it was matted this way, but on your 4:3, they just matted it that way.
I have a very clear memory of that, and questioning how did that make it.
Well, a lot of times you get microphones in the shot and whatnot because it was matted this way instead of that way. There was some movie studios did it a lot better than others.
Thank you, Kevin.
No problem.
You've brought back some happy memories of Pee Wee Herman. Anyway, enough of that crap. Let's go to Rob, who is not going to give us crap.
Okay. No, my number 5 actually surprises me that it took me as long as it did to finally see this movie. I was not against seeing this movie, but I just never really got into the whole idea of rats. And so my number 5, surprisingly enough, as high as it is Ratatouille. And it is an incredible look at just the world of rats. And the animation is top notch, and Giacchino's score is right up there as well. Fantastic. Number 5, Ratatouille.
I hated that movie the first time I saw it. No, but listen, it gets better. First time I saw it, I hated it, and then I saw it again, and for some reason, it just hit. And yeah, it's a great movie, and it's probably one of Giacchino's top 3 film scores. It's dynamite. The Dinner Rush music is great.
I considered putting that film on my list, but I haven't seen it in a while. But whenever it's on TV, I want to watch it because it's so good. And I really like the story of how it's a rat that wants to be a chef. Like, who'd ever seen that before?
Excellent
Yep.
pick, Rob. We used to own that movie, but I've never seen. Oh, Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
I like Patton Oswalt, so maybe you're convincing me here. Kevin.
So my number 5, I think, came out last year or the year before, and I think that stupid Soul movie stole the Oscar for best animated feature because I thought this movie was so much better, and it's done by the same studio. It's called Onward.
Oh,
and I thought
excellent pick.
it was just a brilliant picture. Now I lost my dad like a couple of years ago, and well, I guess getting on 4 years ago. So I'm kind of a sucker for any father-son stories. And this one, it takes place in a world that it used to be like magic used to be a thing. It's kind of like a fantasy world that has evolved into a more mechanical and science-driven society. So magic is kind of like this thing that people kind of hear about, but it's mostly forgotten about. And there's still some people around that kind of, that are into it, that kind of keep it going. It's like an ancient language, like people still speaking Latin or whatever. And this kid's father was into magic, and the kid's into magic, but his dad passed away, and he finds this. His father leaves him this thing like, hey, if you do this spell, you can bring me back, and we can have like a day together, So the kid does this spell. I'm not spoiling anything because this is all within the first few minutes of the film. Yeah. But the kid does the spell, and he gets interrupted. So he only brings back half of his dad, and it's the bottom half of his dad. And the entire movie is the kid trying to finish the spell so he can bring back his full dad and have a moment with his dad. And there's this great story between the kid and his brother, and I just loved it. I thought it was so good, and I just could not believe that stupid Soul, which was okay. It was okay, but that it won over Onward. I thought Onward was so much better.
Just to add on to... Oh, sorry, go on. What were you saying?
I was wrapping up by saying you should see it.
Okay. It's a really good movie. And just to add on to that, Onward was the last movie I saw in theaters before COVID shut down, and I haven't been to the theater since. But Onward was a really good film, and like Kevin said, it good. I liked that the brothers. First of all, the wizard kid, he was ashamed of his brother, and just to see them bond throughout the film, I found that really good, and I just found it really touching. And there's the scene where, sorry, I'm going to spoil it. There's a scene where the older brother, Barley, I believe, is that his name?
I'm terrible with names, but
the older brother, he tells a story about how he never got to say goodbye to his dad, and so that's why he's the way he is. So like it answers a lot of the questions that I had about the movie, except for one question. I still don't understand why only the younger brother had powers except for him. I'm still confused about how old the older brother is. But yeah, great film, and I thought the animation was really good, especially with all the mythical creatures. So yeah, great movie. I haven't seen Soul yet, but yeah.
I to answer your question, I don't think magic in that world was passed down. Like, it wasn't a genetic thing. That it was just because the younger kid was interested in it, and the older kid just wasn't interested in it.
Hey, wait, wasn't the older brother the one that was interested in the mythical stuff, and the younger brother wasn't?
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I'm
lost.
Maybe I'm getting it confused, but I thought whatever. Anyways, it was a good movie.
Well, you got me as soon as you said the only the legs came. And I got to see this.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
So, what's that all about? Is the dad just like walking around just a pair of legs?
It's just a pair of legs, and they try to disguise them by putting like a coat and a hat on the coat.
Very much Weekend at Bernie's kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
You have to see the ending though. The ending, when one of the brothers gets a moment with the father, you have to see it. It's really good.
Yeah, you're right, Lana. It was the older brother that was into magic, and the younger kid wasn't into it. Yeah, maybe it was passed down genetically, and it's Skip the brother. I don't know. Like my sister is super smart and I'm a dummy. You know, it's just the way it is. We're not, you know.
I like how he just admits that. Like he has.
Oh, it's true, man. She's a friggin' jazz pianist, and she's a
we have the same
chemist,
problem.
and she's a chemist. And it's like the movie Twins. You know, she's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I'm Danny DeVito. I'm the crap that's left over.
Right, like my sister's like a world-class bass clarinet player. Like she's top 10, and here I am fucking talking to you guys because I got no talent.
Hey,
well, you guys are all the talent. I'm just look. I can't do shit. I can't do
It's kind of like how my older twin sisters. One of them's trying to be a doctor. The other one's going to law school, and I was like, I don't want to be in school for that long, so I decided to be a communications major in my junior year, and then they're extroverts and I'm introvert, so we're like totally different from each other. So
I you know what? I'm sorry because I keep fucking stopping and telling stories, but my sister and I, we're both introverts, and anybody here who's ever been to Catholic church knows there's a part of the service where you have to shake hands with your neighbors.
Yeah.
Kevin's nodding. My sister and I, during that part, we would just shake hands with each other. We'd be like, "How are you today, sir?"
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm fine today, sir." And we would just keep shaking hands until the whole thing was over. So that we're both introverts.
What do you guys say? Peace be with you or something?
Well, we just said, "How are you?" We'd be like that, you know, and just do anything to ignore any adults that were around us trying to shake our hands. Anyway, I am saying far too many tangential
sorry,
stories.
I just wanted to say one more.
Oh, your Wi-Fi.
One thing. My sister, I'm the only one. Oh, okay. So
Your
I just
Wi-Fi is
want to say
breaking
one more
up.
thing. Sorry, last thing.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
Sorry, one more thing. So my sisters don't really care for rock music. I'm the only one that likes rock music besides my dad. So there's that.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
That automatically makes you cooler than any of your sisters. There you go.
Thumbs up for me.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Eric.
Sorry, I forgot who was going on. Never mind. Go on.
It's all right. I'll try to make this quick, but a few things. This film.
Don't bother.
This is when DreamWorks Animation began. They released 2 animated movies. One was Ants, and one was this one. I just recently looked over the voice cast. It's ridiculous. Val Kilmer, Ray Fiennes, Michelle Pfeiffer, Sandra Bullock, Jeff Goldblum, Danny Glover, Patrick Stewart, Helen Mirren, Steve Martin, and Martin Short. And I saw this maybe 6 years ago for the first time, and I would have to say that it is probably my favorite 2D animated movie. It was mesmerizing. I have never seen, and there's CGI in it as well, but it's just an incredible sense of detail. You just felt like you were there. The scope it felt like an old school golden age epic, and I enjoyed the songs. I enjoyed the story, but it felt more adult, with especially during the 10th plague sequence when the firstborn sons were all killed.
Yeah.
And my jaw dropped down to the floor because I'd never expected to see anything that dark in a film that is aimed for children. And when I saw that, I'm like, wow, they're taking themselves really seriously. And I'm really sad that they never continued on creating quality films, like 2D films like this. I mean, DreamWorks went on to a success, but Prince of Egypt was unreal and really should have made DreamWorks like one of the. I mean, this is the film I think besides Shrek is really what made DreamWorks. But and the Hans Zimmer score, the Red Sea sequence, the burning bush. It's one of the best things he's ever done.
Yeah.
And he, alongside with Jerry Goldsmith, were nominated for an Academy Award that year for Best Musical or Comedy Score, and either one of them should have won. But Shakespeare in Love won instead.
No.
What?
I
So,
watched
Prince of
Prince
Egypt,
of
fantastic.
I got to watch this first in primary school, which is interesting.
Wow.
So how did you think about the whole plague sequence?
I was probably too young. All I remember is watching Ramesses, I think, like kneeling over at the sea and yelling stuff. That's all I remember of it. That was the iconic bit that stuck with me.
Cool. Lana, number 5.
Great. So, number 5 for me is Finding Nemo.
There you go.
So interestingly enough, I was too young to really understand what this movie was about. I thought Finding Nemo was just a catchy title. It took me a long time to realize that the movie was literally about finding a fish named Nemo who got lost. That was literally what the film was about. I had no idea it was that obvious. And the only thing I really remembered was that the dad was overprotective of his son, but I had no idea why. So like watching it again as like a teenager / adult, it made sense. The intro, sorry, can I give a spoiler again, or forget it? No spoiler.
This movie's old. Go nuts.
Okay, so no, they don't find him now. I'm joking. So it makes sense in the intro because the intro, Marlon, the dad and his wife Coral, they just settled into their home, but then all of a sudden a shark comes in, and the babies are like down below, and the mom is like, "What should I do? Should I hide or should I protect my kids?" So she dives down, tries to protect the kids, and then Marlon tries to save his wife. And then the shock knocks him unconscious, and then when he wakes up, most of his eggs are gone and his wife is gone. So that's why he's so protective of his son. And it made sense to me now. Now that I actually know why Marlon was the way he was, it makes me love the movie even more.
Was that Ray Romano who played that?
What?
Was that Ray Romano? No? Okay.
No, it was Albert Brooks.
Albert Brooks.
Oh, okay.
I think Ray Romano was in Ice Age.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, I almost put Ice Age Dawn to Dinosaurs, but I haven't seen that in a while. But I do enjoy that film. So there's that. But yeah, Dory's great. Especially coming from someone that really loves Disney, you hear all these Dory quotes, and it just makes me love the movie even more. So, yeah.
I've seen that one.
It's a classic for a reason. So there we go.
Yeah.
I saw that in the theater.
Wow.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, took Sarah to see that because I had a turtle.
There's a great episode of American Dad where the goldfish Klaus, he's in a video store and there's a stoned video clerk there, and he goes, "Hey, are you Nemo? People are looking for you." Okay, Harrison. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. One more thing. So one of my favorite scenes is probably when the fish attacks Darla. Like, there's this girl named Darla who viciously shakes the fish, and she annoys me so much. So like when one of the fish jumps at her, and she gets she gets scared that there's a fish in her hair. Yeah, you just have to watch it. It's funny.
Okay, Harrison. Number 5.
All right, this was a movie that was made solely for the purpose of selling toys.
Okay.
Transformers.
No, it's not that
No.
one. Not yet. This is one from my childhood. It's part of a trilogy, but I could have included all 3, but for variety's sake, I decided to only put one. So I picked the third one, which is Bionicle 3: Web of Shadows.
Wow.
Okay.
If you know what that is, basically.
I do. Yes.
And it built on the characters established in Bionicle 2, the distinct personality, so it had that advantage of being able to launch straight into a story. But it also introduced the villains Sidorak and Rudaka, who are just dripping with character, and also their horde of spiders, the Viserai. But I just really enjoy it. But there are some Transformers connections with the trilogy. Scott McNeil of Beast Wars fame voices a character in the first movie, and the voice of Vakama in 2 and 3 is the same person who voices Night Scream in Beast Machines, if you got that far through Beast Machines.
Cool.
It's all Greek to me. Excellent. Number 5 pick. Okay, number 4. We haven't. I'm kind of surprised this one hasn't come up yet. And I quite frankly cannot remember if it's CG or puppets or what the deal is, but it's called The Fantastic Mr. Fox by
It's stop motion.
Wes Anderson. Stop motion. There you go. By Wes Anderson, and it's got a brilliant voice cast as well. George Clooney, Jason Schwartzman. I can't remember some of the other ones. Meryl Streep. And I love George Clooney. I'm a sucker for George Clooney. So, with him playing the Fantastic Mr. Fox himself, I was a sucker for this movie. And the animation
makes a good Bruce Wayne.
Yes, he does. I like him. I'm just a Clooney fan. That's actually half of the reason that I drink an espresso is because Clooney advertises it. I'm not even joking. Sorry, where was I? Anyway, I really like the movie, and it has to be seen in high def. You can see like every individual hair particle in high def. It's really something to see. So that's my number 4. Eric Litwiller's number 4 is called Batman: The Killing Joke. I don't know that one. I know you guys do. I assume it's a Joker related.
Yeah,
Batman.
the last time Hamill and Kevin Conroy did their respective Batman Joker voices.
That was my question.
In the same film. Yeah.
Nice. So that's Eric's. I assume you guys approve.
Yeah, it's a good graphic novel, good adaptation.
Terrific. Okay, over to you, Rob.
All right. I believe this is the very earliest film that will be on this list. I believe 1940, and this is Fantasia.
Yeah. Okay.
And I saw it again recently, and it has not lost a thing.
No,
the animation is incredible. The just thinking that this is done pre-CGI, pre-CGI, and I'm seeing these guys sitting there with like stopwatches timing this stuff, and it's just incredible to watch. If you want a masterclass on early animation, watch Fantasia, and solidly my number 4.
Almost made my list, but I felt like a hypocrite putting it on my list because I haven't seen it in so long that I remember very little of it. So, but excellent pick, Rob. Spiritually, we're on the same page for sure.
Right.
I came close to putting Fantasia 2000 down, and I saw that in IMAX, and that was an incredible experience. I just think I like the music better in Fantasia 2000 than I do in the original. But the original is, the funny thing is that was a bomb. That was a bomb for Disney.
Huge bomb.
But the innovation, like you got to see the behind the scenes and how they did some of those sequences in unreal.
The original was a bomb?
The original was a huge bomb, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's basically an art film. So, when you come off of Snow White and have they done Pinocchio at that point?
I think Pinocchio was after.
After I was 41.
Yeah.
So, but you got all these shorts about Mickey Mouse and this and that, and now you got this art film, and nobody went to see it. But of course, it as time moved on, it became a classic.
Yeah, when I grew up, it was already a classic. Yeah.
I have a question. Is that the reason why we got the Sorcerer Mickey dolls? Is that why?
Yep.
Oh, that explains. Okay.
Yeah. As we see behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right
I
on
was
top,
just gonna
too.
say I have Sorcerer Mickey doll, but I never saw Fantasia. I just thought it was a good costume for Mickey Mouse.
Watch it. You won't be disappointed.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
really want to see
it's
it.
really good.
I assume all the stuff's on Disney Plus. I have.
Yes.
to
Wait.
assume.
Yeah.
The original Which is better,
Yep.
the original or the 2000?
Both have the Sorcerer's
Yes, that's right. That's
so,
right.
So watching the original or watching 2000, you'll still get the same look at Mickey, but watch the first one with just the artistry that went into it, and just an amazing film.
Awesome.
Rob, one more question: is 2000 a sequel or an update?
It's more of a look at it. It's the same thing. It's the same kind of film. I would consider it more of an update.
Oh, it's Evil Dead 2.
Kind of, yeah. I wouldn't go quite that far, but yes.
It's just using more modern technique.
Yeah.
But it's telling different stories. But it has the same feel to it. It has, like, both films have these incredibly dark endings, and they're both fantastic with incredible pieces of music. Like the Firebird ends Fantasia 2000, and the first time I ever heard Respighi is during the whales sequence that opens it up, and the Pines of Rome has now become, because of that sequence, one of my all-time favorite pieces of classical music.
Mine too, but for completely different reasons.
Every time I hear it, I see whales, flying whales, and that's the image. So it's pretty neat how that works. Because some people hear Penderecki and all they hear is The Shining and The Exorcist, and they don't make their own images in their own head, right? So, Respighi, that was my introduction to it, and then seeing that in IMAX with that sound was incredible. It was a great experience.
I reviewed The Pines of Rome. I'm gonna post it on Facebook and tag you so you can have a read, see if I got it.
The Montreal Symphony recording is
that's not
amazing.
What I have.
You gotta hear that. Man. Yeah, the Dutoit recordings are fantastic.
You guys are digging me in a big hole here. So much I gotta do. Oh my god. Okay, where are we? Is it Lana's turn? I think it is.
Did Kevin go yet?
I don't know. No. I'm losing track.
Who picked Fantasia?
Rob did.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's Kevin's
my
turn.
Okay. My number 4 is Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
There's no. Yeah, it's just a great movie, and I consider it an animated movie. Because it's mostly, and that was the first and only time Disney and Warner Brothers came together. If I would have known that shorts were be able to be included, my entire list would have been Pixar and those early Warner Brothers films. Yeah, I mean that's amazing that's never happened since or before, and you still had Mel Blanc doing all the voices of the classic Warner Brothers cartoons. It's and it's an adult mystery story, that's totally not in Disney's wheelhouse at all.
It was dark.
Yeah, and
Christopher Lloyd.
It's
terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that ending was really scary.
For two reasons, Eric. Because not only because terrifying, but also because that's Doc Brown.
Yeah.
And we knew it was Doc Brown.
Yeah. It's when he turns into a toon, you're like, I'm like, what's happening? Those eyes. You're like, come on.
It was good. A legit good story, legit good mystery story.
Yeah.
And Jessica Rabbit became a sex icon too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still is. What do you mean?
Still is, yeah. You mentioned you like the old Warner Brothers shorts.
Oh yeah.
Plug Rob Daniels real quick. On Wednesday nights, he does his own live stream, and he plays a lot of public domain stuff. And a few months ago, he played one of my favorite old. What was it? Daffy? Was it Daffy Duck? Where they're in the hotel and they can't pay, and they keep trying to escape the hotel without the manager seeing them. It's one of my absolute favorite cartoons from when I was a kid, and he played it on his show a few months ago.
They're public domain now?
Yeah. Really? Some of those are public domain now.
Wow. I thought we were getting in, they should be public domain, but as long as Warner Brothers keeps upping the copyright on them, they'll never be public.
There are a select amount that are public domain.
Really?
A lot of the War Years stuff.
Yeah, well, a lot of it I don't think Warner Brothers can do anything with.
Maybe Rob will be kind enough to play that clip again one day, and maybe I can tag Kevin and you can check it out.
Sure, yeah. But anyways, yeah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, great movie.
Brilliant.
If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's good times.
Eric?
I think it's on Disney Plus too.
Yep.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah, my number 4 is South Park the movie. It's funny. I hate musicals, and I have 3 of them on my list right now.
See, now South Park really a musical because it's kind of
Absolutely.
no. Hold on. So you guys don't. You gotta let me finish, because they're the songs in that are done with irony. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really. They're not taking themselves seriously.
You're fine lining it, Kevin.
I don't think so.
I don't know if you have to take
Wayne-
yourself seriously in order for it to become a musical.
It's.
I mean, you're buying into
Mountain. What the hell's the Mountain song? The opening song is quite
the one about the town.
Mountain Town. That's it. Mountain Town is very
tongue in cheek. Like, it's meant to.
Sure.
They are not mocking, but they are, taking a piss on a true musical.
But
it's not.
I don't think it's satirical though. The songs drive the movie forward.
Right, that's what I mean. It's satire.
He's legit a fan of musicals, and that's what he was aiming to do.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's not like
documented interviews with him about it.
It's not like Grease, where it's like the car comes in and then all of a sudden that's what I mean. That's Grease, is a legit musical. It takes or Sound of Music. I don't think South Park is a legit musical. It falls under the genre, but I think it's because it's satire that it's not really.
But it's not making fun of the musical genre itself. It is literally, the songs literally play a portion. They help move the plot forward. So when that happens, that's what musicals are about. It's just a way for them to express themselves, but they do it in music. And if it was like Weird Al when he did his song in UHF, right? That's not moving the forward. That's not moving the plot forward. That's just an advertisement for his music video.
Right. That was
so if you have
a music video into a movie.
So if you have 6 of those in as music videos that you're just trying to sell and have nothing to do with the movie, then of course I'd agree with you. But each and every one of these songs in South Park work exactly like all the other classic Hollywood musicals because they're part of the plot. They're essential to the plot.
I don't know. I think that the music was there as an element for comedy, and it wasn't actually, it's to me it's a satire of a true musical.
But it's a comedic musical. And Mark Scheinman helped write all the songs, and he wrote the score for the movie as well. It was all integrated and written that way in the script to get you,
I'm not saying it wasn't well done. Anyways,
I gotta call timeout on this because this is
the
animated show.
Okay, let's go.
Animated show.
Yeah, but anyway, it's still. This is the first time I hear the kids swearing because they were always bleeped out on the TV episodes.
Yes.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But I think that's what was so great about it, because that's what they were commenting on the first 5 minutes. Because they hear Terrence and Phillips swearing, and then they just go to town on it. And I remember just dying of laughter watching this. And for some reason, I felt that my dad had to watch this. He had never seen South Park in his entire life, but I'm like, I know my dad just loves to laugh. And the thing is, the way he laughs, he keeps it in. You can see it in his face. He turns red, but he never bursts out in laughter. So I took him to see this, and I'm like, the first 25 minutes are just gonna wreck you. You're just gonna be laughing so loud. And I was just waiting to see, and he died. He could not believe what he was seeing. It was one of my greatest theater experiences I ever had, taking him to see this. And he had these belly laughs that I have never heard from him before. It was just fantastic. It's unique. It's these guys are geniuses, absolute geniuses.
I also loved the self-deprecating initial theatrical trailer. If you remember, I went to see Star Wars Episode 1.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's like, cutting edge computer technology animation. It shows all these like these lines being formed, a grid, electronic grid, and then it zooms out and it's fucking Cartman going, I'm doing my German dance, I'm dancing like a or whatever it was, little German dance. And it's like, oh, you got me, guys. You got me.
It's so good.
And they have the balls to air that during, Phantom Menace, which is basically cutting edge CG for the time.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I applaud you, Mr. Eric Woods, and I also want to give you you've got the balls of steel for putting it so high on your list too. So kudos to you.
I love it that much. That's the thing is I would watch, this is the kind of the order I'd watch these things, and I would reach for South Park anytime I could. So yeah.
Brilliant. I know we're taking a long time here. I hope everybody's good for time. I hope we don't
I can do this all day.
Okay. As long as Rob, you're the one I'm most worried about because you have an actual job to do tonight.
Yeah, no worries. I'm good.
Eric's got kids and Kevin's got Sarah, so I don't want to take up.
Oh, she doesn't mind. I'm out of her hair.
Okay.
Considering that three of you had trouble with your lists, we're talking a lot.
Okay, so Eric, great story by the way of how you took your dad to see
I love it.
the movie, and then he just burst out laughing. He never really showed that he was laughing. He never really shows his laughter. So I
like he does laugh, but it's this silent laugh. It's really strange how he keeps it in. Like you could see it totally on his face, but I've never heard him burst out like ha 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 type. And it was.
He just doesn't make any noise.
He doesn't really make a lot of noise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so great. That I just thought that was really cool how he was actually laughing when he saw the film. Yeah. Okay, so are we number 5? 5 or
4?
4. Okay. Number 4 is Monsters Inc.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, I don't remember seeing this movie often. I just started watching it just recently since I love the ride at Disney California Adventure Park at Disneyland, and so I just thought, and it's such a classic in Pixar films, and so especially the scene where the villain is chasing Mike, Sully, and Boo on the doors. I always love that scene so much, and especially when you ride at Disney California Adventure Park. You see all these doors and like you just can't believe you're in the world. You're in that world when you're riding that ride. It's a really good ride. It's a cute dark ride. But anyways, the movie. So I just love the idea of how this so-called scariest monster at Monsters Inc. He has a heart and he really cares for this little girl. And I just love that so much. So really cute film. Highly recommend it.
I wish I put it on my list.
Do you remember the first time you saw that fur on Sully? Like I couldn't believe that. Like that was such a huge leap in animation.
You're right.
I saw it in
like
theaters.
how realistic. Well, just the trailers or whatever. Just how realistic that fur looked.
I agree.
God,
the design for Sully was really good.
That was cutting edge.
It was.
And brilliant design. I loved the design of all the different monsters. There were no two that were the same.
They were all designed like kids' drawings. Yeah. Right? They're all scary monsters that kids would draw.
That's right.
The simplicity, like the big, I'm sure that I've drawn stuff like that. Oh, here's a great comment. My daughter used to wake up in the middle of the night saying, want to watch Monsters. That means I have seen the first 10 minutes of it. 258 times. That's a lovely story. It's a lovely story. Great pick, Lana. Mr. Harrison, go ahead.
All right, this is a Transformers movie.
Fuck you.
But it's not. It's not the 1986 one.
And you guys called me out saying that I need to wash my mouth.
No. That was one of the readers.
That was the chat. Yeah.
Anyway, this is the cumbersomely titled Transformers Prime Beast Hunters Predacons Rising, and that title is just a whole load of nothing because it's really all about Unicron. Unicron comes back. Transformers Prime was a good series. It was probably the last great Transformers series. And this is the cap.
That's mean.
And this movie basically caps off the series. It's 3D CGI, and it's you got Frank Welker, you got Peter Cullen, all good, likable characters. It's a good ending, except it didn't actually end because I believe they carried it on as like Transformers RID, as in like 2D animation or something later. But this is the end of the Transformers Prime series with this movie, and it's a good movie.
Okay. Well, Rob's nodding in approval, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but on your recommendation, I'll seek it out.
My camera's a little.
Rob and I get along usually.
Okay. Oh, there we go. My camera was annoyingly out of focus. Excellent. Okay, so we're heading into the top 3, Harrison, and this is the only one for which I have show and tell, and I'm extremely proud to have managed to work this into my list. And Rob's smiling in anticipation, but you wanted the best. You got
come on, top
hottest band in the world.
All right, let's end the show here.
Does that count? Wait,
Yes.
what?
Look at that original movie.
How does that work? So like, Kiss were animated in the film, and then Scooby Doo. Wait, what is the film even about?
There's a haunted concert hall. I don't remember all the details precisely. It came out a few years ago. I'll read you the back, okay? Get ready to rock. Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Incorporated gang team up with the one and only Kiss in this all-new, out-of-this-world adventure. We join the gang at Kiss World, the All Things Kiss theme park. Incidentally, that was a real thing that Gene Simmons wanted to do in 1979. Kiss World. As they investigate a series of strange hauntings, with help from Kiss, they discover that the Crimson Witch has returned to summon the Destroyer from the alternate dimension of Kissteria. The evil duo's ghastly plan to destroy the Earth. Can the gang's cunning and Kiss's power of rock save the day? Tune in to the rock and roll mystery for some thunderous, heavy fun. And all the guys from Kiss do their own voices. There's a new
How'd
Kiss...
they get them?
How'd they get them? Exactly. They could. You know what? That's actually kind of cool that they got all 4 Kiss guys, because in Kiss's original movie, Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park, Peter Criss refused to show up to do the loopings, so they had to dub in Michael Bell, I believe, to play Peter Criss. And for years, I thought there's this urban myth in our neighborhood that Peter Criss was the voice of Aquaman, because when we watched Phantom of the Park, that's the voice that came out of Peter Criss's mouth. And people would say, yeah, that's why Peter Criss isn't active in music anymore. He does cartoons now, which was completely false. But they get around the fact that is not Ace Frehley and that is not Peter Criss.
Okay.
That is Tommy Thayer and that is Eric Singer.
Okay,
They get
that was
around
my
that fact
question.
by...
Okay.
Yeah, I had the same question.
Okay, so they get around it by not referring to them by name. They refer to them as Star Child, Demon, Spaceman, and the Catman. So they never say like, "Hey, Tommy, what do you think about this?" It's like, "What do you think about this, Spaceman?"
When did that film come out?
2-3 years ago.
My God,
surely more.
Shit, give me a second
what a step down for Scooby Doo.
I was just gonna say, please
That's
don't ruin
implying-
Scooby Doo for me.
I can't see the date on here.
Does that include the 2 live action Scooby films?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of surprised. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised when you that Kiss would do a movie like that, especially since they were so I watched a Kiss documentary, and they were kind of upset that they were becoming like this children's band with all these superhero figures and stuff and comics. Like, I'm kind of surprised they would do something like Scooby-Doo, since it is a kid's
Lana,
show.
You are correct, but I will elaborate on your point a little bit. Yes, Kiss did complain that they were becoming too kiddie. And this was in the late 70s, around the time that they wanted to do this Kiss World theme park. However, that was then, and this is now. And now Kiss are kind of trying to sell themselves as like a family brand. You know, it's a concert that you can go to with your kids. And the fact is, when I went to go see another Kiss movie in the theater called Detroit Rock City, which was released 20 years ago this week. The theater was full of kids. Kids. So, yes, in the late sort of the early 80s, they were trying to remarket themselves as a heavy metal band. We're not into that kiddie stuff anymore. That was in the early to late 80s and early 90s. But then after they did the big reunion tour in the mid 90s, they opened themselves up to families, and they really have been selling themselves to families ever since. In fact, I was going to put a second animated Kiss movie on my list. And Rob, you're smiling. I think you are anticipating Kiss Meets Big Baby or whatever it was called, which was an animated short that was played before the movie Good Burger. But that little animated short did have Peter Criss and did have Ace Frehley, the entire original lineup. Aw, isn't this nice? And nobody has picked Isle of Dogs yet. No. Anyway, I've yammered on way too much about Kiss. So let's hand
I'm just
it
going to
over.
quickly grab my show and tell for next round because I do have.
Yeah, go nuts, man.
Yeah, no worries.
And Rob, you can go nuts as well with your.
All right. Well, my number 3, to me, sticks out as probably one of the second best Batman movies that I have seen recently, and it blends the right amount of humor with the right amount of menace, and it also contains one of. Oh, sorry.
I'll go after you, Rob. I'll go after you.
It also contains one of my favorite lines in recent film, and I will quote it here. Robin says, "My name is Richard Grayson, but the kids at the orphanage call me Dick." And Bruce Wayne says, "Well, kids can be cruel." But my number 3 is the Lego Batman movie.
Oh, nice.
You reminded me of a line Weird Al had in the special features of the movie UHF, where he's doing like a fake interview, and the interviewer asks him, why do they call you Weird Al? And he says, "I guess because people generally can be cruel. I don't know why they call me Al." That's a cool one, Rob. I'm glad that came up because I've been curious about that one.
Yeah.
And now I'll read Eric's number 3, which I have not seen. It's a movie called Inside Out.
I know that one.
Oh, okay.
It's a really good dinner
nice,
table scene.
nice.
Hey,
That's
Lana, give me a
hilarious.
quick summary of Inside
Yes.
Out.
Well, it's
Yeah.
about this.
I agree, Harrison.
So it's about a girl named Riley who has all these emotions inside her head.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah, joy, sadness.
Okay.
It's Herman's head.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I get it. Okay, cool. That's a good one, Eric Litwiller, because I know what you're talking about. And now we're on to Kevin.
Number 3.
Yeah.
We talked about this one already. My number 3 is Iron Giant.
Nice.
Love it.
And by
I think
the way,
we said it all already about that movie.
elaborating on what I was asking earlier about the Pete Townsend album, he did a fantastic single called "A Friend Is a Friend." You got to hear it; it's beautiful.
What year did that album come out?
Early '90s.
Okay.
And one of the commenters said that it's because Pete Townsend was making a soundtrack for an animated film that they were trying to make but never came to be. So it's one of those, I guess, development hell projects. Eric Woods.
My number 3 is Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Nice.
Again, it's all been said. Zemeckis was on fire in the 80s.
Yes, he was.
And to think he was still going to do Back to the Future 2 and 3 after this.
Yeah.
Then Forrest Gump. I'm just upset that Bob Hoskins didn't get any consideration for the awards because just the sheer amount of physicality that he had to do in this movie and react to absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I was just like you talk about the prequels and the wooden acting in that, and they blame a lot of it on the green screen. And meanwhile, all you got to do is go to Who Framed Roger Rabbit and watch the performances in that. And literally, like, you can watch in the extras, like it'll be like a stick with water pouring out of it, and that's what Bob Hoskins has to deal with. Like that's what he's reacting to.
It should have been nominated for Best Picture. It should have been nominated for actor. Why Don't You Do Right? The song, I think, should have got something sung by Spielberg's first wife, Amy Irving. I don't think you can make this movie today. The way it's not so much the technology, but the subject matter and the way they attacked it, and there's no way this gets made today. And
maybe like made for TV or something like that, because television seems to be
maybe like a
more-
10-parter. Yeah,
but
probably.
in the theaters, no, it's got to be either 100% for kids or 100% for adults. There's no like mixture of the two.
Yeah, which is what this bullshit Space Jam movie that just came out is. It's just commercial garbage. So Roger Rabbit was out to do something different, but tell this fantastic story featuring an incredible cast. And one of Alan Silvestri's best scores. I mean, that incorporates a giant London Symphony Orchestra with jazz players, Looney Tune madness. It's a perfect movie. I think it's just absolutely pitch perfect. And I've never seen anything before or since like that good of a movie.
And it was such a great salute to animation, like all the animation that came before it, because you got like Betty Boop and the classic animation and that. It's not just Disney and Warner Brothers. It encompasses everything. Yeah.
But the Donald and Daffy fight, the sing off is fucking great.
And what I love about it too is it is that crazy Daffy Duck from the early Daffy Ducks.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's so good. I want to go watch it again, like right now. It's excellent.
Rob, I can't remember who the film class teacher was at GRCI, but I remember watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit in film class.
I think it was Mr. Snyder.
No, I had a woman.
Oh, okay. Because
I
had
wasn't Mrs. Beckman either. It was somebody else.
I had Mr. Snyder for film.
Okay. All right, Lana, over to you.
I need to search up that scene where Donald Duck is arguing with Daffy Duck.
It's insane. They're doing a dual piano. Like the one singing, they're singing. Are they singing the same song or a different song? Anyway, it's nuts. And the thing is, they also they shot it live action, right? So a lot of the gags are done with actual props, and then of course they had the animation. And afterwards, it's really stunning filmmaking. But it's like, hilarious.
It's like you could watch it and just learn a million things from any frame of film.
Yeah. And I mean, then they were doing things like the way they were shading characters in order to make them more 3D. It was revolutionary.
They had to interact with like a live.
Yeah. Like that's what ILM was just like really concentrating on, just making sure that the shading and outlines and everything of that was perfect for this movie.
And it is.
Of course, you'd had that 2D animation, but then you have that ILM magic and it's perfect.
Yeah. That's no better way to put it. That's it.
Yep.
Okay, Lana, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the only movie I don't have the DVD for, so I'm just gonna hold up this. So my movie.
Which one? So, what is it?
Yeah, Despicable Me 2. I have the first one.
Oh wow.
I have the first one, but I don't have the second and the third one because I don't buy DVDs as much anymore. I still have a lot, but I don't buy DVDs as much anymore. So the second, I was gonna put the third one because I really like that they included that Gru got a brother in the third one, and I thought the villain was so funny. He was dumb, but he was funny. And I like that he was an 80s villain. But I ended up going with the second one after I watched the second one again because I thought he was. As much as I liked the third villain, how stupid he was, I thought the villain in the second film, you could tell that he really looks like a villain. And he had like more of that villain attitude versus the villain in the third film. He was just a joke, basically. And there are some scenes like that could be made into like not memes, but you could just watch them and just burst out laughing, like the lipstick taser scene. And there's also a scene where this woman, Gru's neighbor, she tries to set Gru up with someone, and then Agnes enters the door, and then the lady's like, "Where's Gru?" And then Gru's like, "Tell her I'm not here." And then he was like, Agnes was like, He's putting on lipstick. He's chopping his head off, and then he's pooping. like that, because you have to watch the film, so because Agnes, she's a little girl, so of course she's not gonna get all clues, so she says all this weird stuff, and it's really funny. So yeah,
There you go.
second one.
Another sequel. Harrison Cobb, are you going to hit me up with a sequel too?
No,
No.
Minions 2.
I don't actually have any sequels left on my list.
Oh, well, you know what that means.
The
This
show's over.
Oh, jeez.
No, I'm just kidding.
harsh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Ruthless.
I know.
2 times during this.
a new record.
I know. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Anyway, go ahead, Harrison. Go ahead.
Anyway, this is similar to my previous entry in that it's a movie that capped off a really great series, and the series in question is the 2003 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, and it is and always will be the peak of the brand. And to basically give an idea of how good it was, the series started in 2003. This movie was released in 2009. So this is Turtles Forever, which is a multiverse movie before it was cool to do multiverse movies. Because you have these 2003 Turtles, you've got the 80s Turtles, and you've got the original Mirage Comics Turtles, and they're animated like 2D black and white, like they're a comic. And it's basically dimension hopping. It brings back Scotty Ray's Shredder, which is the Shredder, basically the best the character's ever been. And it's just a whole load of great fun and really sends off this excellent series on a high note.
Better than the Uncle Phil Shredder?
Uncle Phil, as in
I don't
yeah.
follow.
Uncle Phil.
Yeah, yeah.
Fresh
Yeah.
Prince.
Yeah, he did the voice of Shredder. Come on.
Okay,
The
gotcha.
original cartoon.
Gotcha.
Oh,
I'm like
Yeah.
Dennis Miller here with obscure references.
Sorry, what is the what does it start? What's the film it starts with? Was it the first animated like TMNT, or is this a different series?
this is a 2003 reimagining of the series. This is,
I'm just
I'm gonna
Googling it
check
now.
it out. Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
yeah,
done by 4 kids who are notorious for butchering anime dubs, like replacing guns with like lollipops, like cigarettes with lollipops. Then they go and make one of the darkest Ninja Turtle series in-house.
That's wild.
It's a truly an outlier in their catalog. But
And it's a
it was
television
very cool.
series.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
series, but this is a movie that the movie that capped off the series.
And sorry, there was another movie before this, or I think you said this was the third one in the series, right?
That was Bionicle. I was talking about.
Oh,
trilogy.
okay. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just one movie to end the series.
I
Do
like
you need to see the series in order to enjoy this movie?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. I'm interested.
It will spoil one of the twists of the first series, though.
Okay. I want to check it out.
Me too. I like that multiverse slant.
Yeah.
Okay, my number 2 is a movie. You know what? I was hoping somebody would have picked it. My note, I made a very simple note here. Claymation. Things grow into other things. Anybody? No? Okay. It's a movie called Frank Zappa Presents The Amazing Mr. Bickford. Anybody? Rob, I'm shocked. Music by Frank Zappa. It was during his orchestral phase, and it's entirely clay animation, and it's fucking weird. It's like an acid trip, and it's literally what I said. It's things growing into other things, like a mouth becomes a piano, becomes a dog, It's weird, and it goes on and on. It's by this guy named Bruce Bickford. He did the animation, and Zappa did the music, and I'm quite frankly shocked that this is going over everybody's heads. I recommend everybody see it at least once, maybe only once. But a clay animated Frank Zappa, how is that not cool? Yeah. So that's my number 2. Once again, it is called Frank Zappa Presents The Amazing Mr. Bickford. And Eric Litwiller's number 2 is a film that has come up a couple of times already, I think. It's called The Incredibles, and it's one of the few that I've seen. So, yeah, Is it Eric? You're the official record keeper. How many times has The Incredibles come up so far?
I think only one other time. I think
Only
Rob.
one other time.
That was me.
Okay.
Rob said it.
There you go. You and me.
But looking into the future, I think it's going to come up again.
That's a shock. I figured it would be, if it were going to be on a list, it would not be in too many bottoms of lists.
No.
I know it's highly regarded in animation and in the superhero genre.
Yeah.
Excuse me, pardon me. Okay, Rob, your number 2.
My number 2 has already been mentioned, but again, I have a set of films that I watch every year to kind of recharge my batteries and get, the juices flowing again. One is John Carpenter's The Thing. The other is the 1951 Alistair Sims Christmas Carol. And there's this, The Prince of Egypt. I cannot get through Easter without watching this and the Jesus Christ Superstar. This is an inspirational film for me, not just from a spiritual standpoint, but from an animation standpoint, from a musical standpoint. It is incredible, just the scope of this film, and done with no singing animals.
Right.
And so there we go. My number 2, Prince of Egypt.
Wonderful. Kevin?
Okay, well, for me, when it comes to movies, I love anything with a lot of character and a lot of heart. And I don't think anyone does it better in animation than Pixar. Yeah. And when they did this, they just hit it right out of the park. It's Inside Out.
There you go.
The Herman's Head movie. But I love this movie.
One of those characters is voiced by Katy Perry, if I remember. No?
I don't think it's
you got Louis Black, and that's the girl from The Office, Meredith or something.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the.
I'll bring it up.
Who's the lead girl?
Amy Poehler.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Phyllis Smith, Richard Kind, Louis Black, Bill Hader, and Mindy Kaling.
It's a good lineup, good cast, but I mean, the movie's got a lot of heart and a lot of like emotional stuff and stuff that you mess around with in your own noggin at times, and deals with depression and deals with overcompensating, all sorts of things. It's
Kevin,
a lot of stuff going on in that movie.
Can you put it back up on the screen real quick? Okay, so okay, not that quick. I know why I'm confused. It's the little blue character there. I thought that was Katy Perry. I'm confusing her with Smurfette, which Katy Perry did.
Oh,
there's my confusion.
Yeah, the Smurf movie did not make my list.
No.
How do you know that, LeBrain? That she voiced someone in Smurfs. How do you know that?
Okay, I had a crush on Katy Perry at one point. Just leave me alone.
There's that SNL skit, right, in the Elmo shirt.
Oh my God! Stop it! Don't go there, man.
Oh, we're gonna have to pause for 10 minutes.
No more coffee tonight.
I just want to add, there was an Inside Out short that I saw recently. It was called Riley's First Date. It was the girl what they thought was a date. So it shows okay.
It's on there.
Okay. It shows the dad interacting with the boy that Riley is gonna hang out with, and then they play Back in Black. So that definitely that scores points for me.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, who doesn't want to jam out to Back in Black, do air guitar to Back in Black? I thought that was such a great scene.
I heard that.
You're right.
I heard air guitar to Back in Black, and I will tell you something, Lana. At my wedding, I air guitared to Back in Black.
Very nice.
No, sorry, I got that wrong. My groomsmen entered to Back in Black. I air guitared to You Shook Me All Night Long and Get Your Hands Off My Woman by The Darkness.
Nice.
I'm very, very proud of both of those facts. Okay, I believe we're on Eric Woods.
Yeah, number 2 is The Incredibles. Had never seen anything like that from Pixar before. Basically changed storytelling for that company. It's just that you could do something other than, like I said, talking animals, singing animals, and weird stuff like that. But one of those great superhero movies before superhero films were all the rage. Just unique characters. Just seeing the family life of a superhero, family was so amazing. Just a great script. Brad Bird's on fire here with this film, and I wish he had stuck with animation instead of going off and doing Mission Impossible 4. And John Carter, but I like John Carter. Anyway, and Giacchino's score, it's one of the greatest film debuts by a composer of all time, even though he had written a few film scores before that, but this was really his big break, and he got it because John Barry demoed and didn't get the job, and so they basically did a John Barry parody score with some Mancini and other spy thriller music. But yeah, everything works perfectly in this film, and I absolutely love it.
I just to comment real quick, you mentioned something about how it came out before the superhero boom, and it was more true to traditional comic book superheroes than anything else that was playing in theaters at that time. It went with the spandex outfits and that kind of thing. So that was one reason why it was endeared to me.
Yeah, but I think also you never really see the aging superhero in anything.
That's true too,
right? Because you got Mr. Incredible doing all that stuff in the beginning, and then all of a sudden now you're seeing the politics behind it, which is also something that's in vogue in the DC universe, and even in Marvel as well, right? Where all of a sudden people are against superheroes, but it's just it's just to see how they react to not being able to do their job. And I that aspect of the script, I think, is just absolutely brilliant. But then even when you get to the finale, it's exciting. It's an exciting finale, and it's just great. It's great. It still holds up to this day. It's an amazing movie.
Plus, McLovin was in it.
Which
he was the bad guy, was he not?
No, that's dude from Mallrats.
Jason Lee.
Yes,
you're right.
Jason Lee.
Yes.
Yeah. Syndrome.
You're thinking of Kick-Ass, I think.
I think I am. I think another great.
Which is not an animated movie.
No,
but it's great though. Craig T. Nelson is so good. You're right.
We could easily do a redo of the superhero list show at some point. We have more shows, show ideas than we have weeks. But I'll talk about that a little bit at the very end. Lana, go ahead.
Maybe you guys should do top 10. Nigel Tufnel Top 10 superhero movies.
We have done that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did it in May 2020.
Oh, okay.
We could easily do a redo. We just don't have enough weeks.
Okay, I must have missed that one.
Yeah,
okay.
Most people did.
I was there.
Okay.
Yep.
So my number, actually, just quickly to comment on Incredibles, I almost put that one, but I haven't seen it enough to really enjoy it. But I did think it was a good film. Mm-hmm. I thought the second one was good too, but I feel like I feel like it would have been better if they showed the Incredibles older rather than keeping the guys the same age. Since Incredibles 2 came out in like 2018, is that right?
Yeah, it was a lot later.
Yeah, so like I feel like they should have made them older because like it would have made more sense. And yeah, but I thought it was funny, especially Jack. He was funny, but if they were gonna do another movie, if they were gonna do the movie showing what happened like right after the events of the first film, they should have just like came up with that a long time ago versus waiting 2018.
Mm-hmm.
But
like
anyway,
most Pixar sequels.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna get to that soon because my what are we number 2?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mine is Toy Story 3.
Great.
So this is my favorite Toy Story film.
Your show us again. Thank you. Oh, that's the soundtrack. Cool.
Oh no, actually, my uncle, he makes films and he puts them on DVD. He puts
Gotcha.
them on a clean DVD. So
Gotcha.
that saved me a lot of money buying this and getting this in my first pick. So I just think this film was a great way to close off the Toy Story series, and the character. Well, it should have been the movie to close off the Toy Story series because
Right.
Toy Story 4 was trash.
Oh, it was.
And it totally ruined all the character development, and Buzz and Woody parted ways, and like, why would they do that? Why would you do that? Why would you break up the iconic team? And to be honest, nobody really cares about Bo Peep. Why would you bring her back?
I agree.
So
Aren't they coming out with more? Like, isn't there more Toy Story coming out? Like a Buzz
They're
Lightyear
hits.
movie or something?
I don't
They're
know.
hits.
Are they?
Yeah, I think
That's
they're
what I saw.
prequels.
I thought 4 was. I haven't seen 4. I haven't seen 3 in forever, so I don't remember much about any of them. But I don't know.
hopefully the FBI don't come knocking at your door looking for you.
It's a preservation copy. She's preserving that movie,
That's right.
so it
You wanna
doesn't
know
get
something
lost.
funny, Kevin? I'll tell you something true. I one time when we were going from Canada to the United States, I had my Walkman and a bunch of tapes, and I hid in the car all my copied tapes just in case we got searched. Anyway,
Well, just think about if in 1977 technology was like where it is, and everyone had like copies of the original Star Wars on
Yeah,
DVD.
yeah,
Wouldn't
yeah.
that be great? If it's,
Would
so
be
she's
wonderful.
preserving that movie in case
preserving it for the future.
Disney decides to go and tinker with it and it's lost forever, right?
100%.
Yeah,
Right.
So
That's
well
it.
done.
I probably
that's what I would tell the
should've-
cops.
I probably should have not said anything.
Well, now your uncle's in trouble, but that's okay. That's okay. They don't know his name.
That's who the cops were after about an hour ago, right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
was
went
that
by. They're
siren
looking
you
for
heard.
copyrighted DVDs.
Sorry, Uncle. But yeah, I just think that was such a great way to close off that should have been the way to close off the Toy Story series, with the gang moving to Bonnie's house and they going off to college, and that scene in the fire where when they almost at the dumpster when all the toys almost get burned in the fire, like you see them all holding hands, joining together, like we died together. Like that was such a. I don't cry, but I could have cried at that scene because that was such a beautiful scene. And yeah, and the fourth film just ruins all the character development. But yeah, especially there's also the scene with this monkey, this really creepy monkey. He's like guarding the whole Sunnyside daycare, and then when you see him turn, like he has this angry face and like these creepy red eyes, like, and even this giant baby, this one-eyed zombie baby, like stuff like that. Like, sorry, Mike. Stuff like that. Yeah, this movie is just a really great time, and if Toy Story would have ended on this movie, I would have been really happy. But I still love this movie despite the fact that they made Toy Story 4. So there.
Yeah, the sequel doesn't. You can just ignore the sequel. Just
Yeah,
ignore
I mean, all
Oh,
the Indiana
and
Jones fans here understand what you're talking about.
We understand.
I like Crystal Skull.
Oh,
Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3 is the reason why I bought this.
That's wicked. That is awesome.
That's
I
so
love
cool.
that. That's one of the. You know what? That is one of the best toys.
My son had one of those.
Yeah, that is one
Yeah.
of the best toys. They really did a good job in that toy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Harrison.
Okay.
What are you gonna take a dump all over this time?
First, let me just clarify. When I said I like Crystal Skull, I like it up until the flying saucer bit.
So
Then
basically, the
trash.
whole movie.
Well, yeah, basically all the good bits of the movie.
Yeah. Well, we won't go there. Go ahead. Number 2.
Number 2 is a Spielberg film. It's
There you go.
It's one that Rob has already mentioned, and when he
Yeah.
mentioned it last week, I was kicking myself for not thinking of it myself earlier. But it is The Adventures of Tintin, and it is such a great. The animation is great. So the voice cast is perfect. Jamie Bell, Andy Serkis, Nick Frost, Simon Pegg. You know, it's exactly how you'd imagine these people. It's such a true and authentic version of stuff. You even have Daniel Craig, unrecognizable as the villain.
Yeah.
You know, doing a voice role.
Cool.
And even though the action, it's basically like a bit like an Indiana Jones movie, which makes sense because Spielberg was involved in it. Now, because it is a cartoon, occasionally there are some moments of dubious application of the laws of physics, but most of the film is, just good enough that you can look past that. It's a great ride.
Yeah.
I wish they would make the sequel.
Yeah.
I really do. Peter Jackson's got to get on that because he's the one that's supposed to do it. So
get on it.
I don't
Peter
think they
Jackson.
will, though. Yeah. It's too bad.
Too bad.
All right, heading into the last round, number one. My number one is a movie that I'm absolutely shocked has not come up. I expected it to come up. Expected it to be on everybody's list. I really don't.
The Rolling Stones meet Garfield?
Yes, that's it. The Rolling Stones meet Garfield. I honestly, truly expected this 1981.
Keith Richards and Garfield fighting. Over
Rob
lasagna.
Schneider said,
That's what I want to see.
Said 1981.
How about just regular Garfield? No, that's live action with. Never mind. I was joking.
Sorry,
anyway.
I'm sorry.
I think there is. Isn't there a cartoon Garfield movie still?
Oh yeah, tons of them.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
Are the Rolling Stones in it?
No. No, the Rolling
I
Stones are
swear
not in
there's
it.
like a. I swear there's like a CGI Garfield
is.
movie.
Yeah, there are two of them.
Yeah.
There's two of them.
Garfield instead of Lorenzo Music.
Yeah.
And the only reason I know about Lorenzo Music is because I watch Rick and Morty. Anyway, my number one is Rob. Do you want to tell the people my number one?
Oh, come on. I talk enough. You.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
I know what
think
it
I know
is
what it is.
because I did a
I
show
know
on
what it
a
is.
couple weeks ago.
Basically,
Yeah,
the
I
entire
know what
cast
it
of SCTV. John Candy, one of my favorite lines. I wasn't going to go walking around with my dork hanging out. It's a movie called Heavy Metal, and it also is one of the greatest soundtracks. This movie has come up on so many lists and so many shows past. Yep. It's come up on the music movies list. It's come up on the movie soundtracks list. Black Sabbath, Cheap Trick, Blue Oyster Cult, Don Felder. God, what a great movie.
Yep.
Does Sammy Hagar sing the song Heavy Metal?
Yep.
The only reason why I know about that song is James Durbin.
He covered it?
Hey,
Yeah, on
Rob,
American
who's
Idol.
the other musician he's missing?
What?
For heavy metal.
There's a few others. I'm brain farting.
The one that we care about, Rob.
What's that? I'm sorry.
For heavy metal
on the soundtrack.
The only musician that we.
Oh, I mean Elmer Bernstein, of course.
No.
Okay.
The score.
Oh, he guessed it.
Yeah.
Anyway, brilliant animation.
Yep.
I loved the different settings. I loved the World War II setting, and I loved the space court. And actually, my least favorite segment is the end. What?
I said no. I've got an angle.
Yeah, right. That was Eugene. I can picture Eugene Levy's voice. Yeah. I've got an angle. You got to stick your jaw out. I've got an angle. The opening sequence with the taxi cab driver picking up the girl might have been the very first time I've ever seen animated nudity, and it shocked me. I was a kid. I mean, 81. I was a kid. This was on pay TV. I was shocked by that, and at the same time, kind of felt naughty. It's a brilliant movie, and like I said, the only scene that my least favorite is the end when the freaking animal dies, and I love heavy metal. The source of all evil, and oh god, it's great. It's just great. Heavy metal. Never seen 2000. Don't know anything about it. One of my favorite movies. One of my favorite soundtracks. And definitely one of my favorite casts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, brilliant. That's my number one. Eric Litwiller's number one is a movie that I have never seen. And again, I'm surprised that it hasn't come up yet. Come up yet. Get it? Come up. Up.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Is there a way of removing you from the? Just looking for it here.
I really
You've done that. You've done that
Rob,
to poor
you
Harrison
win.
twice.
That's comment of the night right there.
Hey!
All right, that
All right,
was
I'm in
our
charge.
Yeah, that was terrible. I really bombed there, but that's Eric's number one. I've never seen it. I'm surprised it hasn't actually come up because I know it's heavily
wait.
critically
Just
acclaimed.
wait.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so without talking about it, we'll save it for later.
Okay.
Rob, what is your number one, my friend?
All right. Well, I mentioned something before about the Lego Batman movie being my second favorite Batman movie. This one is my first favorite, and it continues to be. And again, one of those films that I use to charge my batteries from time to time. So I watch it whenever I can. It has probably one of the best voice casts that a Batman film could possibly have. And if you haven't guessed already, I actually am probably one of the very few people that actually saw this in the theater. It did get a theater release. I actually saw it at the old Frederick Street Cinema, the Twin Cinema.
Rest in peace.
And yes, and of course, I'm speaking of Batman: Mask of the Phantasm. Again, just one of these films that just jumps off the screen at me every time I see it. Has a fantastic voice cast, and of course, Shirley Walker is just kicking ass in every note that she plays in her particular score. Like I said, an amazing film, and very solidly at number one. And like I said, I still use it to recharge my batteries whenever I'm feeling like it requires it. Batman: Mask of the Phantasm, for me, has probably the best depiction of the origin story of Batman, and it carries it a little further as well to say that Bruce may not necessarily wanted to stick with being Batman. And I thought it was handled really, really well. And again, I can't say enough about Shirley Walker's score, and I can't say enough about just how good this film is. And Mark Hamill's portrayal of the Joker and Kevin Conroy's portrayal of Batman are just top notch. Love it. Oh, and Dana Delaney, as Beaumont, I believe is just they're all good. I can't say enough good things about it. Everybody's good in this film.
Well, I know for a fact that you picked that movie when we did do the superhero movie list show back in May 2020.
Yeah.
So Lana, if you want to sit through that, it's not very good.
We had like 5 or so Batman movies at like spot number 1, and they were all different ones.
It was just technically a disaster. That was technically one of the worst shows we've ever done. You can't even hear anything. It's terrible. So that's kind of why I want to redo it. But that's a discussion for another time. Kevin, your number one, my friend.
All right, number one. Like I said, I like movies with a lot of heart and a lot of character, like just great characters. And Pixar is the best at it. And this movie has more character and more heart within its first 10 minutes than most entire series do. This movie, like you said, a movie, one of the earlier Pixar movies made you cry. This one had me in tears within the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
I knew it.
This movie is
I knew it.
It's just it's a piece of magic. It's a piece of Hollywood magic right there.
Well,
As soon as you said first 10 minutes, I knew it was up.
Oh, I mean, come on. That scene with Ed Asner and his wife, and their whole life story is told within the first few minutes. It just gets you right here.
I can't handle tearjerkers anymore, man.
And you've seen Up, yeah, Mike?
He hasn't.
I can't handle tearjerkers.
Oh my god!
No, you got to.
Up?
I have a hard time with tearjerkers.
No, you got to.
Just married life will slaughter you.
I cannot necessarily finish a tearjerker.
No, you have
that
to.
5-minute sequence, which goes through their entire life. I mean, essentially won Michael Giacchino his Oscar.
I don't.
And I mean, he didn't have to do anything else to that movie, and that was in the bag.
There's a lot of movies that I genuinely love that I will never watch again because
you gotta watch
this once.
And going back,
watch it once,
dude. Sometimes that can fucking not wipe me out. Sometimes those kind of movies.
Here's the thing. I mean, after that 10 minutes, then it becomes an adventure movie. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But it's that first 10 minutes that sets up everything, the whole goal of the film. Okay. But it just rips your heart out. And
see, this is I can't handle this.
But you'll get to that point, and then it's just that's where it sucks you into the story.
They do it because they want you to. You have to care about Ed Asner's character, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And if that 5 minutes doesn't do it, you just don't have a heart. You just don't. You know.
Well, that's not going to be a problem for me. So.
Yeah, you'll have to pause it. Actually, the time that I paused it to get away from all the sappy stuff was the voice caller when I lost my mind when I saw the Roddy speaking that way. We literally missed 10 minutes because I was on the floor just roaring because I didn't expect it. So there are great gags in the film as well, great characters. It just hits. Yeah, it's full. I mean, again, it's so weird to see that, you know, Hollywood is sort of kind of getting away from that sort of thing where you got like these emotional tear jerkers and everything has to be deadly serious and dark and blah blah blah. But Pixar, animated films still hold that magic.
Yeah, they got the balance down just right. And this is the thing with Hollywood today. Everything is a regurgitation of something else. You know, even like I do like a lot of the comic book stuff, but still, it's just pages of comic books. There's no imagination. And here's Pixar, in like sequels aside, they're still coming up with like original, not concepts or ideas, but original stories, like characters, like, you know, the IP, I guess, you know, and they seem to be the only one that's doing it well enough to get people to go out to the theater to see it. And I don't care if you don't like tear jerkers or not. That's not an excuse not to watch up.
Not a matter of
not an excuse, Michael.
Not a matter of liking them. I love them.
It's not an excuse, Michael. You got to get to it.
After life events that I've experienced.
Hey, look, we all have it. This will it enriches your life.
I know what you mean. It's like I can't get through, like I can't watch Field of Dreams with anybody. I've tried it. It's embarrassing. I can't. But I mean, I know that if I'm ready to watch it, I have to be emotionally prepared for that. The thing is, you're seeing Up for the first time. Boy,
I have to be.
But alone. But I mean, I have to be. I want to experience that with, like, you know, my son, and I have yet to watch it with them or the rest of my family. But I can't. Field of Dreams is so personal that I have to be alone with myself with those thoughts. But I can talk about it. Yeah. But there are some films where it's just me in the movie, and it has to be that way. So I understand what you're feeling, but I think that Up is something that you should experience.
That's how I feel about Shakes the Clown. I got one. See, that's my Dennis Miller obscure.
Oh, okay.
It's a terrible movie with Bob Cat Goldthwait from the early 90s.
Stop pressuring me. Stop it. I have personal reasons.
Oh,
very personal that. Okay.
You haven't seen the movie, though. You haven't seen it. Yeah,
if you're so against tearjerkers, you can just skip.
I'm not against anything.
You can always skip that scene too, but then you'd be very confused.
Not against.
Yes, you would be very confused.
Don't skip that scene.
No against anything. It's just very difficult. That's all I will say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you have to be mentally prepared for it, for sure. And my number one was one I wasn't mentally prepared for, because I thought it was just going to be some stupid film made by DreamWorks that had no business being as good as it was, and just hitting me as hard as it did. And I wish I had seen it in the theater. So I made sure I saw the other two movies in the series in the theater, and I cried like a baby after seeing number 3. And if I'm talking about How to Train Your Dragon, and
content, Jay Baruchel.
Yeah, I saw that just on kind of a lazy Sunday. I rented that with Tron Legacy, another one that I should have seen in the theaters but didn't. And I love that movie too, and my son loved that movie. But How to Train Your Dragon is probably the only one of the 3D animated films that it's better than any Pixar movie that I've seen. And I mean, not saying that the rest of it's shit. It's just this one I went back to it a dozen times that year because I wasn't prepared for what I had seen. Once Test Drive kicks in, I'm an absolute freaking wreck. So that's the first time that they actually make the tail work on Toothless, and they're flying through the clouds and they almost die, and they finally figured it all out. And I'm just like, what the hell is this? Why is this so good? And then the romantic flight in the clouds, and just everything about it was so delightful. It was so innocent, fun, unique, original. The score by John Powell, how the hell it didn't win over The Social Network is beyond me.
Social Network sucked.
But yeah, it's a garbage score, and Powell's is going to stand the test time as a modern day classic. So yeah, How to Train Your Dragon floored me. I was so happily surprised by it. And then the second film, the other thing is it had adult, not necessarily adult themes, but it did have consequence, which is something you don't necessarily see in animated films. So Hiccup loses his leg in the first movie. Hiccup loses his, spoilers, but loses his father in the second film, which you'd never see. The third film didn't have the stakes, but again, just that last 5 minutes of How to Train Your Dragon 3, man, if you haven't seen it, Mike, then don't, because you'll just be it's the sweetest damn thing I've ever seen. And when I'm with my kids, that just amps it up to 11, and it's perfection.
I haven't seen any of them. My
really
nephew,
convincing arguments.
my nephew was watching the TV show when I was over,
which is good.
He just kept watching like every friggin' episode. That's what they do on Netflix, right? They just sit there and they watch all day. And I wish I was a kid, but because I used to have to wait for a cartoon to come on and then sit through commercials. They just sit through the whole thing. Anyways, he's watching it, and I'm like, "Wow, that was a really good series." Okay, what are we watching next? And he put on some other cartoon. I can't remember what it was. I'm like, "Can we get back to Train Your Dragon again?" Because this thing I can't remember what the new one. But yeah, that cartoon was good. I haven't seen the movies though, but I really do want to see them now.
It's pretty magical, and the whole. We call it the forbidden friendship sequence because that's the name of the track on the soundtrack, and it's another one of those things. Much like Up, it's wordless. It's a 4-minute sequence, and there's nothing happening other than the visuals and the music and the emotional connection that happens. It's just the slight little jerks in the animation. Rob, I think you know what I'm talking about. With and then Hiccup's reaction to that is just so pitch perfect, and just there's so much more in that than any words could say. It's a dynamite film, and you were just sucked up into this universe. It's so much fun. You just want to be in it. It's delightful.
I'm absolutely blown away by the passion.
That's another the How to Train Your Dragon series. Those are that's another film series that I really want to see because I heard good things about it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we've all got some viewing to do after this show. Lana, you're number one.
Okay, so like I said, we are returning to this.
Aha! There it is.
There we go, right on.
Sorry,
FBI,
it's another
wow
desk thing. Actually, I'll still hold it. So, really good film. Yeah, especially the married sequence. The thing is, they don't even talk. It's just music, and you see the facial expressions. Like, if it doesn't even have dialogue and it's a power, and you can still see what's happening and get the emotions that they're trying to convey, that's enough to know that it's such a powerful scene. I don't cry. I hardly ever cry, but it's a really great scene. And you understand why Carl is the way he is.
Yeah.
And why he's so protective of the house. His wife wanted to go to Paradise Falls, but never got a chance to do so. So that's why he's so set on going to Paradise Falls.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
Mike won't watch it anyways.
Yeah. You're right.
It won't be easy, that's for sure.
No,
it won't be easy.
Okay, so
you guys aren't wrong.
No more spoilers.
That's okay. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, just a really great film, especially the dog Doug. Like he's probably one of my favorite characters in the whole series.
Guys don't get it. You just don't get it. You just do not get it.
He's one of my dog. He's one of my favorite characters in the animated films ever. He's so funny and like he just has he has so much heart. Like he looks like a lovable dog that you just want to like spend the rest of your life with. He's like, hello, I've just met you and I love you. Like so simple, yet it's so so simple yet so moving, so adorable, and you. It's just really great seeing Carl loosen up and have fun, and just enjoy the situation that he's in and not take things too seriously. Like it's a really good heartfelt film that you really have to see. The only complaint that I have about it is how come Carl and the bad guy Charles Muntz they're basically the same age. Like I don't get that. Especially when Carl was a boy, Charles Muntz was an adult. Cause like Carl and his wife looked up to Charles Muntz, the bad guy. And then all of a sudden when Carl is an elderly man, they're both elderly men. Both elderly men. So like
Maybe
you know
maybe
what's
Carl's
up with
younger than than what he looks. I don't know. I mean, Carl looked like an old man when he was a kid. So
Yeah, and it's funny because Ed Asner plays Carl, and Ed Asner was an old man in the 1970s on the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
True.
You know, and
yeah,
he was just like he wasn't that old. He was my age, and he just had an older look to him. You know.
Yeah.
It just seemed weird that both of the guys looked like elderly men in the present time when there was clearly an age gap when Carl was younger.
Oh, I have to look it up.
I have no idea, so don't agree. Here's a good comment from Brian.
Sorry.
No more spoilers, okay? Continues in 20 minutes of spoilers.
That's
Yeah,
that's
that's
me,
nothing
the
overly
film.
terrible.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
I, I'm sorry.
No, it's
No.
like I've said about all these movies. You know, if I haven't
You
seen
said
them yet,
you said I could do spoilers.
no, that's it's just a joke. But like I said, all of these movies have been out long enough that if I haven't seen them yet, then it's shame on me, right? So I don't care about spoilers. In fact, I kind of like spoilers in a lot of ways. I like.
Yeah, but there's something about Up that is just you can't. You should go in it without knowing too much.
I don't. I mean, I've gathered very little from this about.
I
All right.
didn't spoil the ending.
No, I've gathered very, very little. About
But I would love to. I think we all love to hear your opinion when you finally get it. You know,
The thing is, something
And
like that. If I watch something like that, it can.
it could ruin your
Put
day.
yes, and I already have a problem with insomnia, which I know is going to be an issue tonight because as Brian pointed out, I did this. So I already have a problem with insomnia, and something like that can keep me up at night. So it's not something I'm eager to do. But
it's a beautiful film. It's
Really
like
good.
a blues song that it's sad, but you're relating to it on a human level.
Yeah,
and it actually
that's my problem.
It will enhance your life. It will enrich your life.
yeah,
it is
and it doesn't stay sad throughout. Like it's the first 10 minutes it's really the emotional peak for sure. But then you have another 90 minutes to go, and then it just gets you start feeling better about it, and so it's not all just like dreary shit for the whole time.
It's just
and the humor is really good, and you'll be laughing your ass off.
Yeah, like Eric said, it's not a sob story. There are actually a lot of funny scenes.
Yeah,
it's just that first 10 minutes is just kind of like
Okay, so one last question before we move on. One last question, which is what streaming service would I find that on?
Disney Plus.
Disney Plus.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, Harrison, how much did you like Up? Come on, you're number one.
I like this obscure film called Down.
Upside down.
The Chinese knockoff. Okay, Harrison. The pressure is on you. We've had some mighty fine picks. We've had incredible, insightful discussion.
Which Beast Wars Transformer movie is it?
I'm about to shit all over.
The pressure is on you. We've had an incredible show tonight. I've had absolutely great time tonight, and I love spending time with my friends, and having Eric in the mix for the last couple of weeks has brought an entirely deeper dimension to the discussions, and I'm so happy.
Well, a
about
deeper
that.
voice.
That's
Yes.
or silky and creamy, as Meek said earlier. Harrison,
I'm going to put
pressure's
that on a
you, buddy.
t-shirt.
If you don't take us out, if you don't take us out on a good final pick, then you know what happens.
No.
You know what happens.
No pressure.
You know what happens?
Oh, 3 times.
3.
Poor guy. Now I'm feeling bad for him.
This is on par with the show I made LeBrain blow like his gasket.
Oh, dude, you've done that to me so many times. I don't even know what one you're referring to at this point.
The original. But never
The
mind.
Judas Priest one that we did?
No, that was this is way back. Like
You know
one
what,
of the
don't worry
first
about it.
shows you did.
Let's not pick on LeBrain any further. Let's just get to your amazing, awesome Beast Wars #1.
No, Beast Wars never had a movie, unfortunately.
Okay.
Aw.
At least not yet. You know, they are filming Rise of the Beasts.
Yes, that's true. They are.
All right. This is a movie with 4 words in its title, and 2 of them are the, and one of them is movie. And the operative word here is Transformers.
Well, you've made Rob happy.
Yes, this is the 1986 movie, and the 2D
Hey there,
anime.
Optimus! Look out! Megatron's there! Oh, what's that, Rod?
Or, I feel so bad for you, Harrison. What did you do to Mike?
Yeah, well, Mike, you know what? Optimus was the one who's like pleading for mercy. Oh, I thought you were made of sterner stuff, and gloating over there instead of putting a bullet in Megatron's face.
It's over, Prime.
Yeah. And, you know, Prime's like, Megatron must be stopped, no matter the cost. Except if it involves shooting near a hot rod. Because
Is it
for some
Orson
reason-
Welles? Orson Welles in that movie
His
too?
last
Yeah,
performance.
that's a voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Anyway.
you know, he sounds so tired.
He does.
He really does sound tired.
He wasn't invested in the role at all.
Oh, God, no.
to begin
He
with,
had
so-
no freaking idea what he was talking about.
No, much like those wine commercials.
Oh, you know what? I showed those Paul Masson wine commercials to my mother-in-law, and she made me turn it off. She's like, I can't watch this because it is sad, you know. Like
It is.
I laughed, like literally, it's like this. It's like, okay, take 5. I see that we're here drinking Paul Masson. Like that's literally a take. Anyway, Orson
Yeah,
Welles'
back
last
to Transformers.
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead,
2D
Harrison.
animation in this is so beautiful, just
The shading.
vibrant
The cell
explosions.
shading.
Yes,
Beautiful.
but just vibrant explosion, vibrant colors, all the laser blasts, like all the characters rendered in spectacular detail, largely free from animation errors, unlike the show. And this, I said largely free. I know some errors that were there, but no, not to the state of the show. But anyway, this is where G1 got good, because the previous 2 seasons of boring Saturday morning cartoon fluffery is done away with, and we have actual serious consequences. Autobots, Decepticons dropping left and right, smoke billowing out of holes. It's great. And it is occasionally childish, like the wheelie and the Dinobots scene is one bit, but that's pretty quick. And I love the Junkions, how you somehow managed to make TV talk sound threatening. You know, Red Guard, Dare to Be Stupid plays over it. The score is great. And I love how the show carried on after this, taking it into space away from Earth. I have always preferred, both looks and personality-wise, Rodimus Prime and Galvatron to Optimus and boring old grey Buckethead. You know, I even prefer Frank Welker's metallic Screech.
Harrison Cup? What did you say about my head?
How many people are still left after 4 hours of Transformers?
We've had steady viewers the whole night.
Oh my
Kevin.
god, poor people.
I know.
Sorry.
I prefer Frank Welker's metallic
Such
Screech for
heroic
Galvatron to
nonsense.
just the boring gravel of Megatron. I prefer Rodimus's "I'm sick of this shit" attitude compared to Optimus's "We can do it if we work together" all the time. Yeah, it's just love the movie, love the characters, I love everything it did,
Well,
and carried on into the show.
I will not shit all over your pick. I visually made my.
We'd go on
viewers
for
know
another
as you
hour.
spoke. Yeah, I know. And you know what? You've talked about this before, that we could do a Transformers themed episode, and I think that would be something I would enjoy doing. I just don't know if we're going to have ever any time in the future.
Yeah, we just always had other ideas that were better.
Exactly.
And had more possibility for more guests, you know?
So
we never really needed.
Oh, Sark is still here.
Oh,
That's always good.
she
So
doesn't know
kinda-
why.
He's not sure. She's like, I'm still here.
So what you just said, it kind of leads me to where I wanted to go to wrap up, which is the future. Okay. So I've talked about this many times in recent months and weeks, that I do want to kind of wrap up the every week thing, because Rob knows what I'm talking about. I've done this every week since March of 2020. I have not missed a week, sometimes going twice. So, I do want to, I always said that I would keep going as long as COVID kept us indoors. And, we don't know what's happening with Delta, but, I do kind of feel like, no, we're not indoors anymore. And the viewership reflects this as well. But I would like to wrap it up. And I guess I've kind of arbitrarily decided on October 1st.
Well, it wasn't too arbitrary. We did talk about it.
We did talk about this. And the reason being October 1st, I was originally saying late September. And the reason I said late September is because T-Bone talked me into pushing it back to late September, because he's camping right now and he won't be back until late September. And he wants to be a part of the finale. So I said, okay, no problem. Let's do all of September and, cut it out the last week of September. Well, last week of September, we have our next interview. And that is going to be the return of Stormforce with Greg Fraser. And I don't know if he's going to be bringing other band members with him, but last time we were lucky enough to get Patrick Gagliardi and drummer Brian Hamilton. And they're such great guys. So this is basically the 1 year anniversary of Stormforce being our very first interview on the show. And they're coming back. They're going to be talking about what they're up to with the second album. I'm really excited to talk to Stormforce. So that is September 24th. Stormforce will be back. And I'm kind of looking at October 1st being the finale. And I'd like to have everybody, if possible, just everybody. And the theme for the finale is going to be Nigel Tufnel Top 10 LeBrain Train episodes. And I definitely have a lot of contenders, because, this is a contender. Every
Lists
week
don't
there's another
come much
contender.
harder than that.
Sorry, Harrison?
Lists don't come much harder than that one. Harder to do.
I have some that are very close to my heart. I don't think it would be any surprise if I told you my number one show is Paul Lane.
I knew that.
That was a miraculous interview. That was just, God, it made me feel so good. I felt like I'd achieved some dreams with that one. I felt like, when I kind of started writing and doing stuff like that, I had one goal, which was to do a really good interview with a rock star. And I feel like Paul Lane is the pinnacle of what I've done. So that would be, spoiler, that would be my number one. And I have a least favorite as well, but I won't talk about it because somebody was watching earlier.
I know the one.
Yeah. So anyway, we won't mention that. Thanks a lot for dropping in, by the way. It would have been nice if I saw you a month ago or whatever it was. But we always wrap up by talking about what we're up to. Rob, you've got an hour to go before you've got to do your show, which is Superman.
Yes, actually. It's continuing with the theme of animation. I will be celebrating the 25th anniversary of Superman the Animated Series tonight.
Oh, nice.
With the possibility of two of the composers showing up on the live feed.
Wow.
So,
Nice.
it could be. They could be. I've had good reception in the past with the composers that just show up on the live stream and talk to the guests that are there. It's really cool. And the following week is a return to the Matrix, and I'll be doing. They just released the official full version of the score, and so I will be covering that. And I just found out tonight that I may have an interview with Laura Cartman, and if that name doesn't mean anything to you, the Marvel What If. She wrote the
Yes.
music for that for those
I love that.
episodes. So it's very possible that I could have a show like that coming up in the coming weeks.
Wonderful. That's exciting.
It is.
So Lana, you're in a time zone where you don't have to go to bed right away like I do. So you can check out Rob's show tonight if you want. It's and he also does a simulcast on Facebook.
Yep.
So if you feel like it, Rob's show is excellent.
Yep. Check it out.
Kevin, you've been rather quiet lately on WordPress.
Yeah, I got sweet fuck all going on.
All right, but you're still doing your retro
right. Sweet fuck all.
fandangos, and you're still doing your start to continues and whatnot.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to be on Bill's show on Sunday night, the vinyl collection show. But yeah, I just been busy. I'm trying to fix Sarah's car up before she has to go back to work, and our furnace had some problems with some leakage the other day, so I've been busy with that. So, but eventually we'll get back to doing the Tragically Hip series. We would like to wrap that up at some point, and I still haven't done my movies for July. I haven't posted my movies yet.
Yeah,
but you guys have been. I know you guys have been like just constantly hammering me with emails, like where is it? But I'll get to it eventually. Okay. I'm just kidding. Nobody cares. It's all good. It's all good.
Mr. Woods, I know there's a lot of exciting things happening at Cinematic Sound Radio.
Yeah, it's always busy. Jason Drury is the one that keeps me busy. That guy is just going bananas. He interviewed Bruce Broughton, Craig Safin, Last Starfighter. Who else did he talk to? Natalie Holt from Loki.
Yeah.
He's doing a whole bunch of other shows, and he just keeps me on my toes. Coming out, I think this weekend or a Monday, Randy Andrews and I did a deep dive into Waterworld. It's a good episode. And the first ever Patreon all request show is coming out, and there are some mighty fine selections on that one. So I think that's going to be a really good show. And I haven't done an all request show in maybe a decade, maybe even longer. So, but it's really neat to see the selections and hear the reasons why. And I'll be reading those on the show. So, and yeah, we're up for a podcast award. So we'll find out at the end of September whether we win. We're probably not going to, but it's always great to be nominated.
Good luck anyway.
Thank you.
So there you go. You can check him out at cinematicsound.net. And I would love to get Jason Drury on the show one day, but it's 4 a.m. where he lives, so that's highly unlikely.
It's impossible.
The guy deserves his sleep, but Jason's wonderful. For those of you who are familiar with my work, Jason Drury did the voiceover in my April Fool's Day trailer for the Deek's Palace, the movie. That's Jason Drury because I wanted a British accent for that voiceover, and I love the only thing holding up the walls is the cockroaches. I love Jason. Jason's wonderful. I would love to get him on one day. But Lana, I know you're rocking and rolling with lots of Bon Jovi content and whatnot.
Yes. Unfortunately, this is the last one for now, unless I decide to get more Bon Jovi albums. But we'll see. So next one. And the last one for now, actually, is Crush, which I like that album. Maybe it's because I saw I watched the Crush tour video.
Oh, cool.
So, and they played like half the songs, which is huge because not a lot of bands perform more than like 3 songs from that album anymore when they go on the tour to tour that album. So that one was interesting, but yeah, so that's going to come up.
Cool.
Hopefully on Monday.
Awesome. I will comment. I promise. Mr. Harrison, you are always busy.
Yeah, things are just chugging along. Just the regularly scheduled stuff at the moment. Nothing special.
Scheduled.
Oh, yeah. Just the regular stuff for the Mad Metal Man. But yesterday I had a flash of inspiration for something. And let's just say there'll be a little something on October 1st I'll have.
Oh, for the finale day.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Nothing as elaborate as what T-Bone is. I'm not that talented, but there'll be a little something.
That guy's a genius, and I'm sure I'll play a T-Bone video as we go out. But I just want to also just formally say all of you are very welcome to show up on October the 1st. It'll be a free-for-all. I like I said, I would like to have everybody if possible, but you know, you guys have all been a part of this, and I'd love to go out, and it's not like it's going out. You know, I feel like maybe I'll go once a month after that, come up with a really good theme or a good interview, and we'll go once a month. But I think it's safe to say, I hope it's safe to say that we're kind of not all going to be indoors in the future. Like
Delta variant.
I know, and I've seen all the memes saying my fall plans. Delta variant. The greatest one was the one with Tanya Harding and the other one. I sincerely hope that the Delta variant doesn't kill our fall. You know, I would like to go see Suicide Squad like Eric did last week, Eric Lewiller. And he said there were only
I
10
want the
people.
kids out of the house.
I want the kids out of the house. There you go.
Yeah, just.
But
Aren't they making? Aren't they making some progress? Because like, isn't Guns N' Roses touring?
They're touring right
They
now.
are?
But Lana, so many bands have canceled their tours this week alone.
Oh,
This week
okay.
alone, so many bands have canceled their tours and put them off till 2022.
Mm.
So you know there are foreboding signs happening, and
Here in Western Australia, things are good, but over east, everything is going to shit right about now.
that's what we keep hearing about. Yeah. So just on a up note, just on an up note, I do sincerely hope that we can kick Delta's ass, but it's not. We've done our part.
Mm-hmm.
We've all done our part, and I will continue doing what I'm doing right now if necessary. I don't want it to be necessary, but I've always said that if circumstances and health and everything else continues to be good, then I will continue to do this because my friends and I like to socialize, and it makes us feel good. That's simple. I also forgot to mention what's going on next week, which is a show I'm really excited about. Nigel Tufnel Top 10 albums that we would save from a house fire. And I've got John T. Snow on the hook for this one, and I've got Aaron on the hook for this one. And so far, I think it's just the three of us. So I'm throwing it out
that sounds
there.
fun.
Okay, there's four of us.
I don't have the collection like you guys have, so
I already did Desert Island discs, and I mean, it's pretty
Too
much going to
similar
be the
for
same
you?
list. Yeah.
Kevin,
Mine
all
is-
you had to do was pick 11 AC/DC albums.
well, that would count as one to me. That would be just the entire collection. I would
But
just scoop it
they're
up.
so different. Every AC/DC album's different in some way.
Of course, yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
mean. I would
cover
just scoop
up.
them all up. That would be my number one. I just grab my entire AC/DC collection and walk out of the house with that.
But every album is so different. They shouldn't just count as one.
No, I agree
That's
with
true.
Lana.
Yes.
But
Yeah, you got it.
Kevin is known for doing goofy stuff like that with lists. So I would let it slide just because it's Kevin's.
Well, it was my
It's just
idea too,
shit.
so I can. No one will place categories with me
I
because
still
I think out of the
remember
box.
when Kevin made AC/DC Canadian.
Yeah,
They were honorary Canadians.
He's been known to do stuff like that. That's
They're-
fine. It's part of the fun. Sorry, brain fart. Anyway, so next week it looks like we have Lana in. We've got John T. Snow and we've got Aaron. And that I might cap it off there because I want it to be a short show next week.
Yeah.
Because next Saturday I'm going to be at Sausage Fest. It'll be my first time attending anything.
I get to go to Riverfest and shoot that.
Oh,
So, but it's going to be depressing. It's indoors,
yeah.
and they're like cornering off people into like 6-person sections, and it's going to be boring.
It'll be interesting
Really-
at the very least.
Really boring. Yeah.
boring.
I mean, I don't know how it's going to be, but it's nothing like seeing that show outdoors because it's a lot of fun. I love shooting that. So, but yeah, 3 days of doing that next week. So,
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I will be back next week with Lana, John T. Snow, and Aaron, and probably cap it off there. We'll see you next week for the albums you would save from a house fire show. And thank you for
these ones.
all of them. We can only
This is
pick-
John.
pick
This
the whole
is John
show.
Williams. Just let's go.
There you go.
Or like there's 75 to 84. That's about it. That'll do. John Williams between 75 and 84. I think it's about 10 albums. So that
That's
should
probably about 10 albums. Yeah.
work. Yeah.
Okay, so we had a request, I believe, from the audience for the song that we're going to go out on. So it's going to be Open Door Piss.
Again. Right on.
It's going to be.
You can't kill that song.
Can't kill that song. Thanks, everybody, for sticking for basically the entire fucking 4 hours and 15 minutes I've been on.
Is this the longest show?
No, it's
Transformers, man. Transformers.
Yeah. I think
you
this is the
talking about
shortest show.
aspect ratios and
aspect ratios, you're right.
Man, when you're having fun, you don't want it to stop. But I do have to. It's 11 o'clock.
We better go.
So,
it's
see you
almost
guys.
time for
Good
lunch.
talking to you guys.
Let's have lunch.
Nice,
Good
nice
meeting
talking
you,
to
Lana.
everyone.
Great to meet you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Great conversation.
See you next week.
All right.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
Woke up this morning on the right side of the bed. Nothing but happy feelings in my head. I turned on the radio to hear just what was new. But the DJ is playing Motley Crue. I threw the damn thing down the stairs, seemed like the thing to do. Then I ripped the bloody door right off the loo. Because when your day starts just like this, an open door piss. When I hear Nikki Six, an open door piss. Don't care if you're not impressed, an open door piss. Did I mention I was a house guest? An open door piss. Heading out this evening to meet up with my boys. For a couple beers we'll make a little noise. Checked out the telly to find out what's the score. But the Patriots, they ain't no good no more. I threw that telly on the floor, then caught shit from the man. So I made a beeline straight for the can. Because when your evening starts like this, an open door piss. When Tom Brady leaves the Patriots, an open door piss. Hey, I almost never miss, an open door piss. Everybody take a look at this, an open door piss. Don't care about your rules, don't live my life to please you fools. If you don't like it, turn the other way. That's what I say. Like Desmond Child writing songs with Kiss, an open door piss. Like 90s ballads from Aerosmith, an open door piss. When the Jays can't get no hits, an open door piss. When your socks they smell like this,